like to shut it off. right, good morning, everybody. Sorry we're a few minutes late, but we will get started. I'm going to open being 9:06, open the public hearing on House Bill 1100. If anybody wishes to speak to this, there are pink cards out back. If you just want to sign in one way or the other, there is a blue sheet. Prime sponsor is Representative Sykes. He isn't here yet, but Representative Tversky is going to introduce it for him.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable colleagues in transportation, and welcome back. I will be presenting House Bill 1100 FN for Representative Sykes. This bill is relative to changing the penalties for driving without a license. From what I understand, it used to be a violation to be caught driving without a driver's license. And a handful of years ago, it changed to a misdemeanor charge, which is an upgraded penalty. I believe that the intent of this bill is to bring it back to a violation, to make it a little more manageable for those who are perhaps lower income, have challenges, perhaps didn't have a license at the time for a number of reasons, but I would like to defer most of the questions to the different organizations that are here. We did get a letter of testimony via email from them that I hope you all will have a chance to read.
Yes, thank you. Any questions? Will you take any questions?
Sure.
Any questions from the committee? Wow, they're letting you off the hook. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I go back to my seat, or would you like me to stay out here?
If you were introducing it, you should stay over there.
Thank you. Can I just grab my pen?
Yep. And if there's any pink cards, if you can just pass them down, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Oh, I didn't see this one.
Want me to go through? You got it?
There we go. Support. All right. This will go up. Chair recognizes Eva Castillo in support of the bill.
Good morning. My name is Eva Castillo. I reside in Manchester. I'm part of the New Hampshire Immigrant Rights Network and several other networks for immigrants and refugees. I'm coming here to ask you to please revert to the misdemeanor charges for driving without a license. There is no need to inflict such harsh punishment for somebody that's driving and committing no other offense, especially when it's the first time that they do it. You know, it really makes no sense to mark somebody for life and mess their background and their record for something that, you know, is not even a big deal unless you're driving drunk or doing something, or you're a habitual offender. We used to do that in New Hampshire before, and it really makes no sense. It can affect people's ability to earn a living. It can affect people's ability to even get school funding. So, you know, this is too harsh a punishment for somebody that is just driving without a license and is committing no other crime. So here, please, you know, support this bill, and let's go back to the way New Hampshire used to be. We sent you a letter before, signed by all of us, with our support for this bill. So I hope you received it, and you take into consideration what we're doing. And thank you for your
Okay.
service to New Hampshire and for allowing us to talk.
All right, thank you.
Any
Will you- will-
questions?
Will you take any
Comments?
questions? Any questions from the committee? Yep, go ahead, Representative Thompson.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for testifying. We have another bill coming up later in the day, which is going to be relative to the licensure of non-resident aliens temporarily residing in the state.
Yes.
I guess my question is, your request, is that based on the fact that many of these people that, non-resident people that are picked up for driving without a license are unable to get a license because of their immigration status?
Well, right now, a lot, but this bill doesn't necessarily only affect those people. But yes, it is a big part of the bill. People right now are not entitled to get a driver's license depending on certain immigration status. So, but this bill affects other, like sometimes young people that got their, their cars or something, they haven't had time to get their driver's license or haven't made the effort. So that affects them. That affects a bunch of different people.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes, I hope I'm saying this right, Bruno DeBrito? Also in support of the bill, representing, I'm not sure what that says, but I'll let you mention it.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the committee, Transportation Committee. My name is Bruno De Brito, and I am president of the New Hampshire Brazilian Council, and I'm here to support this bill. So, the idea of trying to help immigrants in the state and people that are not able to get a driver's license in the state because they don't have a social security number. We, in conjunction with Representative Sykes, Representative Terlasky as well, we came up with the idea to revert back this legislation that had been in place for many, many years and reverted to criminalizing driving without a license sometime between 2015. So the idea, the goal to this bill, this legislation, is to make a violation when someone is picked up driving without a license. And if that person is picked up again within a year, then it becomes a misdemeanor. If that person doesn't get pulled over within a year, then it goes back to a violation. So, and the reason being is because many immigrants, families, good people that come to this country seeking a better life, they have to go to work, and unfortunately, they have to pick up their kids in school, drop off their kids to soccer and like many other things that they have to do on the daily basis. And unfortunately, at the moment that they leave their house, they get into their car, it becomes a nightmare for them because they're always afraid that they're gonna get pulled over and they're gonna be sent to ICE and be placed in removal proceedings, which commonly known as deportation. So this bill would actually help, like the courts in not being overcrowded with unnecessary cases, and would help the courts to be more focused on serious cases, serious crimes, especially with opioids, and not really, have to deal with these petty offenses. We do have support from a lot of law enforcement. They do understand the need of the folks to drive back in from work, and we ask you to please support this legislation as well, and let the people drive in the state freely.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Will you take any questions?
Yes.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Gagnon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, you mentioned that law enforcement is in support of this. Could you tell me who they are?
Sure, yeah. So we, we have conversations with the Southern Hampshire, chiefs. That's where most of, immigrants are located in the state. And, and they do understand that, immigrants, the majority of them, they're good people. These are, families that, that come here, to seek a better life. Just as, your ancestors, came to this country, seeking a better life. So they also have, this understanding. But unfortunately, they do have to follow the law. And when they come across, with someone who doesn't have a license, they have to follow the procedure.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I get that, but you mentioned Southern chiefs. I'm not hearing any names, any police departments. Could you tell me who are
Sure.
the ones that are supporting you?
Yeah, sure. So we have Nashua, we have Hudson, we have Hollis, we have Merrimack, we have Salem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm good.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Chair recognizes Maggie Fogarty. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Also in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Maggie Fogarty. I'm the New Hampshire Program Director for the American Friends Service Committee, which is a Quaker organization working for human rights and racial justice in New Hampshire and throughout the country. And I just I don't want to restate the important points that have been already made, but I do want to flag for you that you do have in your email some written testimony from the New Hampshire Immigrant Rights Network, a statewide coalition of partners working to advance humane immigration policy at the federal, state, and local levels. And this is a priority bill for us. You also have a letter from my colleague, coworker, Grace Kindeke, a member of our AFSC staff. I want to just emphasize the context in which we're making this, we're supporting this proposal, and that is that Congress for decades has failed to act to create a coherent immigration system in the United States. And the result of that, including for many hundreds of families in New Hampshire, is that people who have lived here 10, 20, or more years simply do not have, in the current context, a path to regularizing their immigration status. But their lives are here, they're raising their families here, they're running businesses, they're members of our churches and local communities. And in a state that lacks substantial infrastructure for public transportation, a car is essential. So we've put a lot of people into an awkward position where they have to risk this legal consequence simply to get their child to a doctor's appointment, to get to a job, et cetera. So this is a proposal that, in the context of a broader national conversation about reducing some of the criminalization in our society and finding more thoughtful responses to community problems, this would give a small tool or an opening for law enforcement to respond in more thoughtful ways. Again, not for habitual offenders, but for somebody who one time is pulled over and found to be driving without a license. So for that reason, we are very much in support of this bill. You may know that for people who do have a path to some sort of immigration relief, having even a misdemeanor or a couple of misdemeanors on very minor offenses can be enough to deny them the relief that they are trying to get. So we think it's a simple but very effective step that we could take for a healthier community.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes?
First off, can you all, oh, there we go. First off, I want to apologize to the committee and to the people who made the trek here. I'm sorry I was a few minutes late to introduce my own bill. Sometimes traffic happens. The question I have for you is it not true that this bill would also help, for instance, a single working parent who, for no reason or other, who happened to be a long-standing citizen of this country and this state, neglected to get his license renewed immediately, and then discovered the mistake based on being stopped, and that would then in turn create a misdemeanor, which is, of course, much more serious.
That is absolutely correct. There are so many people living in our state for whom their poverty is extremely costly. And so even the cost of renewing a license, or the chaos of holding multiple jobs while caring for a family, and deadlines pass and people don't renew their licenses, then triggers consequences that can then cause further problems in their lives. So it is true that they would clearly benefit from this as well.
Follow-up?
Is it also not true that this particular passage of our state laws back in 2015, it was indeed a violation, and that was a change at that time, and now we're just trying to revert back to where it was?
That's right. That is accurate. Thank you.
Representative Gorski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mrs. Fogarty, for testifying today. I have a question for you. You mentioned that if someone is convicted currently as a misdemeanor, their life is impacted. Could you elaborate more of kind of, if that happens, kind of what happens if in fact they get charged with a misdemeanor?
And do you mean in the immigration context, or in just a broad range of?
A broad range.
Of context. Yes, well, certainly in the immigration context, to have one or more misdemeanors can so negatively impact a person's application for an immigration relief of some kind that it could be justification for them being denied, which then can lead to their detention and their deportation. So those consequences are acute, but not, sadly, not rare. In the course of life of someone who's not in the immigration legal system, accumulated criminal offenses negatively impact a future setting in which they may need to be in court, or they are trying to make a case as a reliable person. I mean, someone who's looking at their record could see that as a negative mark that perhaps denies them housing, or denies them some kind of loan, or some other benefits like that, or that accentuates criminal legal consequences if something else happens. Yeah.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last person I have signed up to speak, Mr. Richard Head, representing the judicial branch, not taking a position on the bill, just looking at one issue of it.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Richard Head. I'm the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Judicial Branch. I'm passing around a letter that's also in your email. We have a request on this bill to, we have no position on the policy of the bill. We do have a request that the effective date be changed to January 1, 2023. And as is explained in the letter, there's a statute that governs effective dates, RSA 14:9-A. And it says each law affecting judicial practice and procedure, or establishing or eliminating criminal procedure or prohibition, blah, 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 shall take effect on the January 1 following passage. And the reason for that is there are just a large number of bills that have an impact on on statutes that deal with crimes, with judicial practice and procedure. And so, for example, in this bill, it would eliminate the paragraph numbers. It would change the nature of the sentence. So when an officer, when a law enforcement officer is charging a crime, we have a system under J1 in the uniform charge table, which identifies what the crime is, what the paragraph is of the statute, what the line is essentially of the statute, and what is the penalty. Anytime that changes, the J1 uniform charge table has to be amended. And then within the judicial branch, our system called Odyssey has essentially the same thing. Every line of a criminal statute has a line in our Odyssey system. And every time there's a change to that, our system has to change in order to make sure that we are properly recording the charge that has been filed in the court. It takes a little bit of time to get all of those changes in, both with the Department of Safety, the Attorney General's office, and the judicial branch, in order to make all of these things line up. So we do ask that, without any regard to the policy, that if this bill proceeds, that the effective date be changed to January 1, 2023. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And for the committee, I don't know if you remember, we did make this change as an amendment to a bill last year for the same reasons. I guess I should have emailed you back and saved you the trip, but
And there's actually a bill this afternoon, and maybe I can stop somebody else from coming. At 1 o'clock, you have House Bill 1640. We have the same written testimony.
okay. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's the last person I have signed up to speak. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to House Bill 1100? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Yep. Next up at 9:30, 1461. We're right on the money here. Morning, how are you? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it being 9:32, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1461 FN. I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1461 FN. This is increasing the penalties for littering. Chair introduces Representative Green.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Honorable Committee. My name is Dennis Green. I'm from Rockingham, District 13. I represent Hampstead and Kingston. I brought this bill forth because there's been much littering on our highways, and it doesn't seem to get stopped or cleaned up. I've witnessed it many times, and I've spoken to several local police departments. I've spoke to the High Sheriff of Rockingham County, and I've been out with state troopers before the COVID out of Troop A. And the reason I increased this because we have a beautiful state here, and there's no need of it to be destroyed. It's live free or die, not to trash our state. So in this past weekend, I noticed I was in Seabrook. I stopped at Market Basket, and as I was getting out, I was stepping on a trash bag, well, a supermarket bag. I picked it up, and inside the bag was somebody's bones from a roasted chicken that they must have gotten into Market Basket, and they just tossed it out of their car. And yesterday I was walking my dog, and I happened to see a car stop over by a church where I was walking my dog, and a guy tossed something out. So I said, well, I'll check it out later. And as I walked by where he stopped, there was a bottle, appears to be like a liquor bottle, and it was filled with urine. And it was disgusting. And because I didn't have gloves on, I wasn't going to touch it, but I will pick it up. And talking with the police departments, the fine is really not that much right now compared to other things that they could be stopping people for. So they said if there was an increase in the penalty, it might be worthwhile. I'm not looking to change to a felony, but I am looking to increase the fine to stop the trash. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yep, Representative Thompson.
Thank you very much, Representative Green. I do have one question. In the methodology, it calls on the third offense for the driver's license to be suspended, but it doesn't specifically state for how long.
I think that would be the discretion of the judge.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further questions, Representative Fenton?
What's the current fine for the first offense? I can't find
I believe it's like $110. You could ask these troopers for sure, but I'm not 100% sure. I was told, but I don't recall it.
Follow-up?
So you want to go from 110 to 300?
Correct.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Gorski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of and thank you, Representative Green, for testifying. The $300 and $500 figures, how did those how do those get calculated? Why 300,
Well,
500?
It's like inflation. Our inflation, our economy has gone way high. The gasoline's gone up. Our groceries have gone up. And I want to send a message to stop it. And the only way you're going to send a message is to increase the fines to a point.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Why not make the first one 500?
It can change that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do not have anybody else signed up to speak on this. Is there anybody else that wishes to?
I think he had a hand up.
Oh, did you?
I did, but I'm not sure that the gentleman is the right person to ask, but I could ask the indulgence of the chair. I would ask a broad question, and maybe the gentleman would ask an answer.
Sure, we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Do you have, is it possible to get something like that universal code of penalties that the Department of Justice or keeps, and get that to us so we can compare this request with all the other offenses that might exist, so that we can put it into perspective. And I'm sort of looking at the gentleman in the back.
Would you like to chime in?
My name is Trooper Gregory Hildreth. Just looking up RSA 265-102, which defines littering under New Hampshire Code. Littering for a natural person is listed as a $62 first offense fine, followed by a $124 subsequent fine. A non-natural person showing must appear on a first offense. Stands that.
What, follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, I understand that we're able to, in a discrete kind of way, to compare littering where it was and where it is. What I'm trying to get the information to is, how does this compare to other motor vehicle stops, if you will, or violations? One of the problems we've had in the past, I guess I would continue. One of the problems we've had in the past is that we have tried to increase some fines, and there's a lot of pushback because of, and so without having that knowledge or basis of how it compares to many other offenses.
Right. If this helps, because it doesn't sound like they've got the information here, that is something we can look up and have
Yeah.
it before we exec the bill.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Representative Tulersky.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious if in your research before filing this bill, you got any numbers on the number of violations of citations that are actually issued. I know our law enforcement is pulled really thin, and I'm not sure that directing them to, pull cars over or hand out violations for this is the best use of their time. So I'm just wondering the extent of what we're talking about, the number of litterers that actually get caught and cited.
That's why I increased the fine, because their time is worth a lot more than $62 for pulling a car over, for throwing something out. And that's why I put the increase up to 300, along with the fact of inflation. But what else were you looking for?
I'm just curious if you know the number of violations that were issued in the last year or the year prior.
No, I don't, but I can almost say that daily, I wouldn't say every day, but I'll bet you 3 times a week I have seen it.
Okay, well, I don't know if that data is even available, but we can look for it as well before we exec it.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see nobody else in the public that wishes to speak. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill, where am I, 1461.
Want to go get the blue sheet? What's the next one?
I don't,
Yes. Call to order. Transportation meeting. The next bill before us is House Bill 1489FN, relative to motor vehicle title exemptions. The first speaker called up is Priscilla Vaughn. Is that correct? Oh, sorry. Who's going to introduce the bill? Aiden, would you like to introduce the bill? Sorry about that. I guess I just want to jump the gun. I just wanted to head right into it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, this is 1489, relative to motor vehicle title exceptions. This bill exempts vehicles that are 7 years or older from needing a current certificate of title in order to be registered.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you. Now, I can call Priscilla Vaughn in opposition to the bill. There you go. Good morning.
Is that better?
Yes.
My name's Priscilla Vaughn. I've been working for the state of New Hampshire for close to 40 years. I run the Bureau of Title and Anti-Theft. I'm the administrator. This bill is a little concerning. It will cost the state of New Hampshire approximately $5 million. It's also going to lose revenue of $5 million. Local revenue for the town and city clerks, they'll lose about $430,000. We did an estimate in the last 3 years, 2018, 19, and 20 of the revenue. That's how we came to that conclusion. This has a little conflict with the federal odometer statement. The federal law 580.17, it requires us to disclose odometers on vehicles that are sold for a 20-year period. It was 10, it's graduating now to a 20-year period. So this would be pretty difficult to be able to disclose your odometer when you sell a car if you don't have a title, because the title has the odometer information on the back, and that's what you pass on to the buyer, is a title. The other issue that the state has is salvage vehicles. There's a lot of stakeholders involved. You have the insurance companies, you have the dealers, you have private individuals, you have lien holders that can lend money on vehicles, and if they don't have a perfected lien, they're going to have a very difficult time getting a loan. There's just a lot of stakeholders involved, and this is a very short period of time. A 2015 is a fairly new car, and a 2016 is a new car, obviously, for a lot of people, and there's a lot of vehicles that are older than that that are on the road. So I have a feeling that this is going to cause a lot of problems. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Representative Tolerski?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. In very simple layman's terms, can you tell me what the purpose of a title is?
The perfection of a title would be you can disclose odometer, fraud, brands. So if you're buying a car right now, if you buy a car that's a 1999, you don't know what you're getting. But if you buy a car that's a 2000 and newer, you know on that title, it shows that's proof of ownership. It shows if there's any brands, if the odometer's been rolled back. It shows if it's been salvaged, flood, rebuilt. There's a lot of good information for consumer protection and safety for our roads in New Hampshire. It's very important to have a title.
Thank you.
Representative Sykes, did you have a question? No, that was the question. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you, ma'am. I will now call Dan Bennett from the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association, opposed to the bill.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's great to see you all here this morning. My name is Dan Bennett from the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. We are the trade group for about 500 businesses in New Hampshire, about 14,000 employees. We are the car, truck, motorcycle, snowmobile, ATV, construction, farm equipment dealers, well as collision repair. So a lot of businesses in all corners and all counties of the states. Respectfully, we oppose HB 1489 for 4 main reasons. They are the motor vehicle title is a formal document that tracks a vehicle through its life and ensures and proves its ownership. It's what shows that you have your personal property is protected and that you have the claim of ownership to that vehicle. As mentioned, it's a formal document. If we relied simply on a bill of sale, I could take a slip of paper from my legal pad and meet you out in the hallway and make up a bill of sale for you real quick. You could do it on a cocktail napkin at the Barley House. So this is a formal document that's blessed both by the state and our federal government through the titling system. Without the title process, New Hampshire would become a destination for stolen vehicles and vehicle fraud. Because without that formal document process, just that simple bill of sale, flip it real quick, never be able to prove ownership, and this would become a hotbed for it. Including even we have very low fees. There's no proof of insurance. Even with a title, it's $27 fee, very low nationwide. So another thing that I'll mention real quick, the average age of vehicles is 12 years. RL Polk recently released it's a little over 12 years. So with this cutting it off at 7, would be incredibly problematic. Over 85% of the vehicles in the marketplace are financed today, okay? So what a bank uses when they decide to loan you money to buy that car is the title. That's how they secure their interest before they loan you X amount of dollars. They take hold of that title until you pay them off. And when that loan is completed and paid off, then you now have the ownership of that vehicle. So that title document is key in the motor vehicle financing industry. So with 85% of vehicles being financed, if you eliminate the titling process after 7 years, it will decimate the used vehicle marketplace for citizens all over the state. So that's really the one last thing I'll say is I know you heard from Priscilla Vaughn, the Dealers Association. We represent both independent and franchise dealers all over the state. So we have a tremendous amount of interaction with them. And what I would like to say is the DMV, the Title Bureau, Ms. Vaughn and her staff do a tremendous job ensuring what can be a complicated process with titles that come from different states and different places to really provide great customer service for New Hampshire citizens and New Hampshire businesses. The system right now really does work, and we testify and verify that. So with that being said, I'll take any questions if there are any.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Thompson, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other states, say Maine, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, what are their title programs like, and what is the length of time before you need to have before you no longer need one?
Representative, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have all 50 state title laws in, off the tip of my tongue. I know that we can find a document really easy doing a 50-state summary, and we can get it over to you. Ms. Vaughn or one of her staff may know here, but if not, I will certainly follow up because I'm sure the national agency that deals with titling, NMVIDIS, has a quick state summary. But all states title vehicles in some form or fashion.
Okay. Thank you.
That would be good. Anyway, Representative Tversky?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I don't want you to put words in the sponsor's mouth since he's not here, but I really don't understand what this bill, what the reasoning behind it. Who would benefit from this and why this would be, I don't know if that's an appropriate question to ask, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it might not be.
All right, I guess I will ask behind the scenes. Thank you.
Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you, Representative.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to testify who hasn't not filled a pink card or whatever? Seeing none, I close the hearing on House Bill 1489. Donovan, would you get the blue seat that's on that table there and bring it up, please? I just want to do this right here. That way I don't forget it. Thank you. Okay, we have. They didn't have to do this, but they did.
Why don't you leave it, Larry, with all of those that you have over
Oh,
there, and then we'll do it all at once.
duh, yes.
I'll keep the pink cards, though.
But it's the only two. Okay, the next one is gonna be at 10:30, 16:15.
I understand that.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Next up is House Bill 1615 FN, relative to driver education and driver training fund. The prime sponsor is Representative Susan Almy. You're up. Well, turn your mic on.
Ah.
Thank you.
Right, you've got the same ones we do, and we're still learning them.
Yes, we are.
Hey, thank you very much for hearing me today. I'm coming to you today as the originator of dedicated funds oversight in this legislature, not as the current clerk of the Joint Committee on Dedicated Funds, but this bill originates from there. The Joint Committee has not weighed in on this issue, as we consider all things like this should start with the policy committees. So here I am. The bill in its current state is defective, since I and some of the New Hampshire Driver Education Teachers Association members, some of them here, did not have enough time to hash out all the details. We hope you will be willing to take this bill to interim study to allow these to be decided. I approach this first and foremost as a violation of the principles of our dedicated funds. We have a driver training fund, which in the 2011 budget bill was rated to provide funding primarily for the general fund and the state's detective bureau, not for driver education. And it was made permanent in the budget. The money comes from vanity plate fees, arguably a highway fund item. The training fund was established to subsidize public schools' costs of providing driver training to their students and to pay for the Division of Motor Vehicles administrative and student manual costs of the program. The 2011 budget decision removed the requirement that public schools provide this training and removed the subsidy. This meant that students now must pay themselves or wait until age 18 to pass tests and acquire licenses based on inadequate training, unless they have parents who are very good drivers. This reduces road safety across the state. Costs of the private training now range between, I think it's $400 to $700 in different towns and areas, which is difficult for many families to afford. I apologize for my voice. I have damaged lungs, and I'm staying in stores now. In FY21, 3.3% of this dedicated fund paid for the DOS costs, and the DMV apparently has stopped paying for the driving class workbooks. Although, and the driver training schools are having to print them out themselves because a workbook needs to be on paper, usually. 20% was transferred to the Detectives Bureau for its work, although their positions would more appropriately have been funded from the general fund. The general fund received 76.7% of the funds collected for driver training in an unusual lapse that occurs at the beginning of the biennium instead of at the end. Because of what was done, the structure of driver education has shifted markedly. There is almost no public school which provides driver education itself. It is all carried out by private driving schools, which are trying to balance between the labor-intensive work they do to produce responsible drivers and the inability of many potential students to pay the cost. Removing half the revenue being used for other purposes, including the Detectives Bureau, can cause pain in other places. In my personal opinion, the state could afford to subsidize the process by up to $400 per student by restricting it to lower income students, those with free or, free or reduced lunch, or in private schools. A similar program, or in private schools, a similar program used by them to qualify their low-income students. And the lapse would be moved at the beginning of FY24 next year to the end of the biennium, like all other lapses in dedicated funds, which would allow the finance committees to move the positions funded in the Detectives Bureau to the general fund. But the main focus for you is driver and road safety. When someone is tailgating you at 75 miles an hour in the travel lane, so it just happened to me several times on the way down, or veering in front of you to catch an exit, or break in the traffic, or driving at 80 miles an hour on a slippery road, remember how we have been educating or not educating the driving students since 2012. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are you able to take questions?
As much as I can.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Representative Almy, for taking my question. We hear often about the cost of driver's education, so I was very interested in seeing this come through and excited about the possibility. Can you go into a little more detail about what the problems might be? Is there any way they could be fixed with an amendment, or is it something that's going to take more long-term discussions?
Well, they're within the driver training group. There are differences of how they are being paid, as I understand it. And those perhaps could be ironed out fairly quickly. The other question is one of how much money per student could get past the Finance Committee if this goes to the Finance Committee. And I don't know if it's an early bill. It should be an early bill.
I'm 99%
Yeah.
sure that it is.
And it would either go to my committee, which is Ways and Means, and does dedicated funds. They seem to be a little erratic about, they always have been erratic about whether we get them or finance gets them. But there is a question of, as the bill is written right now, it goes to absolutely everybody, including at Exeter Academy. And it ends up being over $3 million a year. I know, my committee knows, that most people think we have a terrific surplus right now this year, mostly because of the federal funds stimulus, but we have a debit coming in March, April that could be as much as $90 to $100 million. So we still are being pretty tight in our financing in this state. That's based on something that we did last year to return the money that we had taxed for the PPP loans to the businesses. And they'll ask for it in March, April. So we really do need to watch what we're doing to our general budget.
Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Almy, for taking my question. If something like this was passed, do we have any estimates or a range of how many students could take advantage of this program?
I think that would come better from the head of the New Hampshire Driver Education Teachers Association. I've seen an estimate, and I can't remember what it is. It's I think several thousands, but she'll know much better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, she'll be the next speaker, Representative Gorski. Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Next is Sharon Cameron from NHDETA. in support of the bill?
I'll be short and quick, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. New Hampshire Driver's Ed Teachers.
Could you identify yourself for the record, please?
Of course, I'm sorry. Sharon Cameron, past president of the New Hampshire Driver's Ed Teachers Association. New Hampshire Driver's Ed Teachers Association supports this effort and this bill, and we look forward to working with the sponsor to iron out the details. That's it. I'll be happy to
That's it.
take questions.
We love it. Any questions from the committee? Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Cameron, for testifying. I guess I'll reiterate my question. How many students would take, what's the estimate of how many students could take advantage of this program if something like this was passed?
Sure. So the last time that I asked the Holly, who is the administrator at the DMV, she told me about 15,000. I've seen since then an average of about 12,700 students a year who take driver's ed.
Okay.
But the state might be able to get more accurate numbers than that. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Representative Thompson.
I've seen the 12,700 figure, but I believe the previous witness suggested that if we were to do this based on a low income, is there any estimate how many people that would eliminate, or what we'd end up with for total?
I wouldn't have that information, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next up would be Steve Lavoie and Joe Ebert from the DOS, Department of Safety. Anytime.
Good morning, Steve Lavoie, Director of Administration for the Department of Safety, and with me is Captain Joe Ebert, who runs the State Police Investigation Services Bureau. First off, I just wanted to let the committee know that the department is neutral on the concept of distributing funds to the driver ed schools for this purpose. However, we are opposed to the bill as it's currently written. The reason being that it eliminates $1.5 million in funding that currently supports the Detectives Bureau or the Investigative Services Bureau at New Hampshire State Police. That funding represents a 13% reduction in appropriations that was budgeted for through the budget process and would be eliminated effective July 1 of 2022. Obviously, that would have a significant impact on state police and on the Bureau and would result in a reduction in force. And I turn it over to Captain Ebert to give the committee some testimony on what that would impact.
Good morning, everyone. Excuse me. For the purpose of the record, my name is Joe Ebert. It's E-B-E-R-T. And as Steve mentioned, I am the commander of the Investigative Services Bureau, which is our detective bureau within the state police. I just very quickly wanted to go over what that entails and what a budget cut would mean. Clearly, it would mean layoffs or the reduction of certain staff positions. And these are the units that are incorporated within investigative services. So you have the Terrorism and Intelligence Unit. The Terrorism and Intelligence Unit staffs the state's fusion center. Every state has an intelligence fusion center, and our Terrorism and Intelligence Unit is all TDY'd to the fusion center, with the exception of one position, which is assigned to the FBI for the Joint Terrorism Task Force. So we would be tasked with spreading this reduction in manpower over all of the units. So some position would need to be reduced in there. You have the Special Investigations Unit. The Special Investigations Unit is your cybercrime unit for the state of New Hampshire. They do everything from network intrusions. We almost exclusively concentrate on state entities, but they do network intrusions. They do when there is some type of cyber-enabled crime. and of course, they are involved in the exchange of child pornography investigations very heavily. You have your narcotics unit, your narcotics investigations unit. Currently, the state, as I'm sure everyone on the committee is aware, the state is suffering from the opioid epidemic, but we have recently seen a significant increase in both cocaine and methamphetamine into the state of New Hampshire. In just the past 6 months, I can testify to the notion that your narcotics unit, which concentrates on mid-level drug dealers, has taken or prohibited from entering the state of New Hampshire kilo upon kilo of illicit drug. And lastly, you have your major crime unit. The major crime unit in the state police covers the vast majority of homicides within the state. They also are the sole entity for investigating officer-involved shootings in accordance and with oversight of the Attorney General's office. Having been involved with the major crime unit for over 10 years, I can tell you that there is nothing that is more important than seeking justice for the family and the friends of someone whose life has been taken via homicide. So we take that responsibility very seriously. We run on a very, very limited budget and limited manpower. And that is the case with every state entity. So I don't say that as if somehow we are being singled out. That's just the nature of the state of New Hampshire. I've lived here my whole life. I've gotten used to that. I've worked here for 20 years. I know that that's the way that things go. But a reduction in the staffing within that particular unit would truly mean a reduction in the safety for the citizens of New Hampshire. So those are the four major units within the Investigative Services Bureau. I appreciate very much the opportunity to talk to you this morning, and I'm more than willing to take any questions, as I'm sure the director is as well.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Commander, for taking my question. Can you tell me what the New Hampshire State Police budget overall is, what that number is?
Actually, I'm going to defer to Director Lavoie on that. That's something that he's likely more able to speak to.
And I hesitate to give you a number off the top of my head for the entire department. This bureau is over $11 million.
Yeah, I got that from the handouts that you gave us. So is it possible for you to send that information to us?
I absolutely can.
Okay, because I'm trying to measure the impact of the lost revenues as matched against the whole department rather than just your bureau, because I understand there's a huge impact to your bureau.
And I can certainly provide that information, but I would just caution that the Division of State Police is funded with many different revenue sources, and there's several mixed funded. There's highway funds, turnpike, other dedicated. So it's complex, and I'll be happy to provide you that info.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other members from the committee? Representative Ankerberg. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Tversky, you put your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the RSA in question 26352 for the driver training fund, and I'm wondering if either one of you can give me a little history as to that change that happened in 2015 or 2016 to redirect these funds, why that happened, and if you can give me any connection. Obviously, the New Hampshire State Police and all of your departments that you just listed are obviously vital to the safety of our state, but is there any connection whatsoever to driver education and, for the most part, teen safety driving on the roads, if you can try to make some kind of connection on how that came about in the first place?
So I can try and answer this question. The director and I were actually having this conversation right before we came in to testify. I don't know the specific reason for why those funds were directed toward the Division of State Police, and I've found myself in a position over the last 5 years of coming over to testify that oftentimes I'll come over and there'll be a piece of the budget that is allocated to the state police, and I can't give context for why it is that it ended up that way. All I can say is that, having testified in the past, there must have been a reason, and I realize that that's very vague, but there must have been a reason. Somebody came in before a committee just like this, gave compelling reason as to why these funds should be diverted. But one thing I do try and steer clear of is saying whether or not I find that to be legitimate. Somebody at that time found that to be a legitimate use for those funds, and I can tell you that currently we rely on those funds. But as to your specific question, ma'am, I don't know why it is that they are allocated to us.
Yeah, and I'd agree with the captain, and I'd just add that as he mentioned, these funds are budgeted through the biennial budget process by the legislature every biennium, and we've relied on those within this area to fund the Detectives Bureau. That doesn't mean that future funding needs to be supported with these funds. If other funds are available, they can certainly be utilized, but the key here is maintaining the existing level of service that they're able to provide. But as far as the nexus, I think if you read the language in the law, it's clearly it's silent for a purpose, for a reason, and that's because there may not be a direct nexus to these funds.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak from the audience on this bill? Okay. Seeing none, I close House Bill 1615 FN. Well, I need to be able to call you.
Do you mind if we speak together?
No problem. That's, whoops. We got all three of you?
Nope, just two.
Which one? John and you?
John and Tom.
John. Tom Praisal? Yeah. All right. So you two, I'll make sure you're together. Thank you, thank you. What do we got here?
It's an amendment I'm gonna let you guys know about.
Give me another one.
Let the state police testify last.
Yeah.
I've got their card. Okay.
Oh, you got their card.
Yeah, he gave it to me before.
All right.
There's all the spares, whoever needs the extras.
Yeah. I need one for Tom, and I need one for me.
So, there's one last.
Hang on there. Yep. Well, these are extras. Did everybody have a copy of this proposed amendment? All right, I'll put this baby over here for now. What else we got? How many freaking handouts you gonna hand out? Pass these on, there's another one. Another set, see, I make sure I got one for him.
Do you have one for Tom?
I do, I make sure.
Okay, we all ready?
Yep, I got 11.
Being 11 o'clock, I'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1208 FN relative to driver education. Chair recognizes Representative Lang.
There we go. Yeah, it's all fixed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm Representative Tim Lang. I am a third-term rep for Belknap 4, representing the towns of Samberton and Tilton. I'm the current chair of Fish and Game. You have before you a bill relative to driver's education. This bill is fairly simple in its process. What it seeks to do is allow parents the ability to choose whether or not to send their child to a commercial driver's education program or to perform the driver's education program themselves. As I probably don't have to tell all you, but I probably will because that's the way we are, is that if you don't know that parents teach already a majority of especially on-road driving, that 40 hours of the driving is taught by parents already. So any significant driving habits or driving things are already taught by the parents. So just to give you a couple statistics, in the newest study I could find was from the state of Washington, Department of Transportation in 2020 that said there are 19 states that currently don't have a driver's education requirement. There are 16 states that overlap with those, that can overlap, that also do provide for an online driver's education program, full driver's education program online. There was a Colorado study, but I will say that it's going on 10 years old now, that did a study on accidents and violations relative to driver's ed and non-driver's ed, and it came back, for lack of a better phrase, inconclusive. There was no statistically large deviation in students that took driver's ed and got a violation, and students didn't take driver's ed and got a violation. So, what are we trying to do here? Again, the idea is to bring back, what used to be our traditional, and probably a good portion of the people in this room were taught to drive by their parents. And I would make the assumption that most of you are good drivers. And so, again, the idea is to allow those parents that want to be able to still provide the requirements of driver's education. So they still have to provide the classroom training, they still have to provide on-the-road training, and they have to self-certify that those things have been done. And then they would present that self-certification to DMV, and DMV would waive the requirement for a formal driver's education or commercial, which is probably the most important word in this conversation, is commercial driver's education program. It's one of the few places in the state that the state mandates a private citizen must take a commercial activity, and that commercial activity costs, the average now is over $700. I'll give you the anecdotal evidence of my son. When I went to go have my son take the class, I had to wait 6 months because there was no availability for class. So my son, while eligible to drive, and I could have taught him how to drive, unless I wanted to drive to Concord or Hooksett or south or way up north, there was nothing in my region, in the Laconia Lakes region I could have taken a class. I had to wait 6 months for him to take a class. And so, again, I think these burdens we put on parents are troublesome. And again, it's the only place where the state forces us to say you have to pay a private entity $700 in order to have the privilege of driving for people. And yet, when you turn 18, so you can be 17 years, 364 days old, and you have to have a driver's education requirement to get a license. At 18 years old, boom, no driver's education requirement. You can drive. You're considered just as safe on the road. I think there's a little inconsistency in that conversation. Going on, last term we had this bill, and I was in the Speaker's office and the Deputy Speaker's office discussing why this bill was ITL'd and what the concern was and that I could try to overcome. The concern was blatantly said unintended consequences. We're afraid that'll raise rates for all drivers in the state of New Hampshire if we do away with the driver's education requirement. So doing my due diligence, I went over to the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I met with the New Hampshire Insurance Department, and they did whatever they do in the back end, and they came back and said there will be no increase in drivers' costs for the general public if this bill were to pass. What they did say was parents would make the option whether or not they want the discount that's provided by driver's education or not. That would be the only loss, is if a parent chose to self-certify, then they would not be entitled to the driver's education program. However, There's a caveat to that. There are some states and some insurance companies that, if you use certain homeschool curriculum, do allow certification for driver's education as long as you certify that you went through that curriculum. So even giving a parent the choice doesn't necessitate that they're going to give up their discount. The discount is still a possibility if they follow the curriculum for homeschooling, so to speak, of driver's education. So again, I want to be clear, there's no rate increase for the general public in the state of New Hampshire if this law was to pass. You would not see car insurance rates increase, at least due to this reason. Can't tell you what the insurance companies will do for other reasons. One of the interesting conversations I had around this bill was I was presenting this bill to a Rotary Club. And in the Rotary Club, we had superintendents and a couple principals from other schools. They indicated that this is a huge problem for their schools because it severely creates a have and have-nots situation where there are parents where you have single-parent families struggling, and those kids struggle to get a driver to pay $700 for a driver's ed class, and then never mind the time the parent has to take the child to that class, and they would much rather make the time and teach their child and not give up both. And the school in this case said that if this bill were to pass, they would easily see them bringing back an elective to teach the rules of the road class, right? Here's the laws. Here's what a black and white sign means. Here's what yellow means. It doesn't mean go faster. It means you're cautioned, and those kind of things. They would teach all the driver's ed requirements as part of the course and classroom portion as part of a high school elective instead. Right now, the schools don't want, A, they can't go near it unless they want to certified driver's ed instructors, and B, there's the whole issue of driving. They don't want the liability of driving. By allowing this model, we would allow our high schools to be able to bring back the driver's ed book piece of this, the classroom piece of this, into high schools for a half a credit, and be able to allow the parents to teach the practical piece. Safety is the next argument everybody gives me about this bill, is how are we going to ensure that drivers on the road are safe? And the answer to that is we already do that. Department of Motor Vehicle gives 2 exams. You have a written exam, which is your basic book exam. Make sure you know the rules of the road. And if you don't pass that exam, number one, you don't get a driver's license. The second one is we do a practical exam. So a DMV employee takes a citizen on the road and makes them drive a vehicle if they're a first-time driver to prove they can drive. So we have 2 gatekeepers at this to keep safe drivers on the road. These are the same gatekeepers that keep that 18-year-old who's never taken driver's ed off the road. If he's not a good driver, he's never taken driver's ed, first-time licensee, has to go through that same practum, has to take the written exam, has to take the practical exam, has to pass both, or they're off the road. Your gatekeepers are right back there in uniform. The Department of Motor Vehicle employees that do the tests, they are keeping it, not the driver's education programs are keeping unsafe drivers. They may make better drivers, but they don't keep the unsafe ones off the road. Your unsafe drivers are kept off the road by our state agency, and my opinion is they do a good job. The one thing, the last piece I'll say is I think it's extremely important to understand that the job of the state is to make sure we have safe drivers on the road. That's DMV's job. It is not the job of the state to make sure commercial entities have a forced group of citizens that must go and pay $700 to take a class from them. That's not our job, is to keep these entities open or thriving or anything else. I hope they do, because I think there'll be plenty of parents who will still opt for a commercial driver's education program. But it should never be the obligation of the state to say the reason we can't close this loophole and allow parents to do this, I'm afraid we won't have enough driver's education programs. That's not our job, to keep a commercial entity, a private commercial entity, open. We should not be doing that as a rule. We should be, if there's a safety issue, we've addressed it with DMV, with the testing, and if we think that testing needs to be more robust, then that's where we deal with it and the safety issue, not at a private commercial entity. And with that, I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Tulersky.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So one of the things that jumps out to me is the usage of the phrase responsible adult. And by your own discussion, an 18-year-old can go in on his 18th birthday and take the written exam and the road exam without driver's ed and get their license. Does that mean the next day they can go in and educate a 16-year-old on all the rules of the road and be the responsible adult? Or how do you define that?
So the requirements, I think if you look in the chapter, it's not in this section, I think it's in another section, says that a responsible adult's 25 or older. So I could have my 29-year-old teach. It's not in this chapter. It's in the chapter defining who's allowed to do the 40 hours. That's already in statute. Again, remember, some of this is already in statute. The 40 hours is already required, and that's already defined what a responsible person is. The amendment, one thing, I apologize. The amendment you see in front of you, I forgot to give the agency rulemaking authority to be able to create the forms and necessary regulations they need around it. So it just changes section 5 and adds a last line granting rulemaking authority to the agency to be able to create the forms. I serve on JALCAR, so I see them on a regular basis. I've been there for 3 terms, and they come in, and in a law like this, they would need to either create a form or amend a form, which would go through rulemaking process, and I needed to give them the authority to do that. So that's what the amendment's all about. It grants rulemaking authority to the division to be able to do that.
Further questions? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I just have this little bit of a conundrum in my mind that I'm trying to settle. As a parent, well, they're no longer a teenager. Maybe 25 years ago they were a teenager, but as a parent of a teenager, what happens if the parent, who hopefully knows their child best, thinks that they should not go for their driver's test yet until they've taken a class, but the child goes out and finds that responsible adult for themselves?
Absolutely. You can find that answer in another chapter of law. If I'm not mistaken, it's RSA 263:19. I think that's the right, no, I'm sorry, 17. And what that chapter says is no one under the age of 18 can get a driver's license without their parent's signature, period. So unless you emancipate and all the other rules. So we already have that in law as to what happens, so that doesn't need to be addressed. That's still the same.
Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. How would this benefit your proposal? Would this benefit those students that are unable to afford the commercial driving school, and so they wait until they're 18, having no formal driver training, and then go take the test without ever seeing any of the commercial schools, any of that?
Thank you, Representative Hill, for the question. And again, the answer is yes, it would help them. Is that, again, at 18, you can walk in without any driver's education and get your driver's license on your birthday. You have no obligation to learn anything. All you're doing is delaying parents and children that could have an earlier driver. And again, to the superintendent's point that I spoke to, it is definitely shows in single parent families and families that are of lower economic means, have more of a struggle on their commitment of money and time. Because a lot of times, I used to use the argument with my brothers and sisters in dealing with my parents, I can give you money or I can give you time, I can't give you both, right? Because it's too much of a burden, right? To try to do all those things in that. And I think this is no different, right? So some parents are willing to give the money and send their kid off to the class and take care of it because they can't give the time up. Others have plenty of time but don't have the money. And this would take care of both. You can do it either way. You can provide the time or you can provide the money to be able to allow your student or child to be able to get a driver's license and enter the workforce sooner, right? Again, some of these families that are struggling, the kid wants to get a job down at the mall or down at McDonald's, and this is one of the ways the parents, after coming home from school, the kid can go over and work 2 hours or 3 hours, but they can't do that now unless the parent wants to drive them there, drive them back. So this is definitely, I look at this sometimes and I loathe to do this sometimes, but this is an economic class issue to a certain extent. That economic classes pay a big part of this, and the people who are on the most losing side are the lower economic class.
Further questions? Representative Crawford.
I didn't want to ask any questions, but I need to ask this question. So another responsible adult could be anyone 25 years or older, is that correct?
As long as they're licensed, yes.
As long as they have a New Hampshire license. Could that 25-year-old adult with a New Hampshire driver's license charge someone for lessons? A parent doesn't have time to take their kids out. Are they going to be able to charge that person? Is that 25-year-old adult going to be able to charge that parent for the time that he's putting in to teach their child how to drive?
So to answer your question, I think, and again, this is a little bit of a leap for me because I didn't look up the regulations under, again, Department of Motor Vehicle, the driver's ed instructor, which is a person who receives money for driver's education, is regulated by the Department of Motor Vehicle. They have a couple officers back here that enforce that. Looking at their rules, I would make the assumption that if you were charging and you were for driving, then you're acting as a license as a driver's ed instructor, commercial driver's ed instructor, and you'd be obligated to follow their rules for certifications.
May I have a follow-up?
Follow-up?
But in our rules and regulations, only a licensed person can charge for driving instruction. That's in our regulations. And driver instructors have to have criminal checks. They have to have a driving record check every 3 years. They have to have 50 hours of staff development hours, which costs money to that. But if I, as a parent, don't have time and I want my neighbor, who's a good friend of mine, I don't really know his driving record, but I want to ask him, hey, could you take my child out for 10 hours of driving and I'll give you $50 an hour? Is that acceptable?
So the answer to your question again, I think I did once, but is that if it's illegal now to charge and you're not a certified instructor, it would still be illegal to charge if you're not a certified instructor. That doesn't change. So you have 40 hours now that's obligated the parents to teach. Anybody could do exactly what you defined right now. And it would be in violation, I'm sure, of the regulations that Department of Motor Vehicle has about paying, being basically a commercial or professional driver's instructor, and you would have to fall into their rules. And if you didn't, I'm sure they would come after you if there was a complaint made. But again, I don't think this law changes the rules. Doesn't change the obligation. That obligation is identical if this bill passes versus not.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be in the room if something comes up and you have a question later.
Representative Gagne, as mentioned, I guess we have a tag team next. Tom Praisall and John Cameron, am I correct?
If that's okay with the chair.
That's fine with me, both representing the Hampshire Drivers Education Teachers Association. Mr. Praisall said he wants 3 minutes, Mr. Cameron wants 5, so we'll see how that works.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I figured for the sake of the committee's time, we would just do this together. And I would let John Cameron, who's here as the president of the New Hampshire Driver Education Teachers Association, do the bulk of the talking, and I can just supplement where needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Chairman Walsh and members of the committee. My name is John Cameron. I am the president of the New Hampshire Drivers Ed Teachers Association. I'm here speaking on behalf of that association in opposition to HB 1208. The state of New Hampshire has placed a priority on teen driver training and has developed a robust driver education training program with an emphasis on safety. As a result, there are approximately 55 to 60 certified driving schools in the state. We provide 30 hours of classroom instruction, 10 hours of behind-the-wheel instruction, and 6 hours of observation to our students. Currently, parents are required to provide an additional 40 hours of practice time. Driver educators go through extensive training for their testing and state certifications. This, combined with a specially equipped car, lesson plans, and some infinite patience, provides a safe and knowledgeable environment for a young teenager to begin the process of becoming a competent driver. In this proposed legislation, if a parent, guardian, or other responsible adult submits in writing that they have provided for instruction, the commissioner shall grant a waiver regardless of what that instruction looks like. Current standards for a certified driver education instructor includes passing 8 college courses specific to teaching driver education, passing a 100-question written exam, passing a road test, completion of a background and driving records check, completion of 300 hours of supervised student teaching, and meeting all the standards of SAFE-C 3100 that include providing a curriculum, lesson plans, and route plans. This bill, in effect, potentially makes anyone with a driver's license a certified driving instructor without meeting any of these criteria. Driving schools are the definition of a small business, and we operate on very tight margins. If this legislation were to pass, I fear it would cause a number of driving schools, perhaps a significant number, to close, leaving more shortages of professionals to provide traditional instruction. Access to classes is an issue that the industry is actively trying to address. The Department of Safety, along with members of the New Hampshire Driver Education Teachers Association, AAA, and other team members, are currently meeting monthly with the Director's Office to address these concerns. The goal is to work towards creating ways to increase access to classes without compromising quality instruction. The committee has recently submitted proposals for rule changes that would have significant potential to make it easier for students to take classes, and we look forward to continue this process with the director. New Hampshire certified driving instructors are the first line of defense in promoting safety on our roadways. Driving is the single most dangerous thing we do on a daily basis. We all have licenses. Each of us has a different definition of what a good driver is, but I think we could all agree that it's different out there now than when we learned to drive. It's more complicated than ever. We have more vehicles than ever, new technologies in cars, new roadway designs and safety features, and an increasing population of drivers. An option already exists if students do not want to take driver education. The state does not require anyone 18 or older to take any classes. As a result, only 16 and 17-year-olds are required to take driver education class from a certified instructor if they wish to obtain a driver's license prior to their 18th birthday. There is a cost to taking the class, but that cost is recoupable in the form of discounts offered by insurance companies for completing an approved driver education course. As driving instructors, we are held to standards, and we have taken on our own cost of becoming an approved school. Certified driving schools provide a service to a small segment of our population. That service is as much about the overall safety of our students and the general population as it is about driving a motor vehicle. Driving schools employ people who have invested significant amounts of money and time within the state to be and remain a certified instructor. Driving schools and instructors are overseen and work in concert with the Department of Safety. For these reasons, we oppose HB 1208 and ask the committee to find the bill inexpedient to legislate, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just make a couple points as well. I heard, we've heard this bill before, this committee has numerous times, and a few of the driving factors of what has basically brought this bill forward have been access to driver's education and the difficulty of being able to drive a student to a course. And I want to say that this committee, in its infinite wisdom, a few years ago, did modify the statute, and that it now allows for 15 hours of the 30 that are in the law to be done through a remote or online program. And those were the rules that John had just mentioned are being submitted through our work with the Division of Motor Vehicles and Department of Safety. We have been meeting over the course of the last couple of years, and of course the pandemic has slowed some of that work down, but we're back in person getting together on what parts of the curriculum can be done online, which will obviously create more access for students to the driver education program. Another issue is the cost. We certainly have heard that. As John mentioned, these driver education schools operate on tight margins. However, this committee just heard a bill right before this about the driver training fund, and I think Representative Almy had asked that that bill be sent to interim study for further work about providing some reimbursement back to the student for the cost, as was previously done before 2011. And I think that's certainly a mechanism to address the cost. And as far as the driver education program as a whole, last year the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration conducted a robust look at our driver education program in the state of New Hampshire and offered numerous recommendations, and I'd be happy to get a copy of that report to the committee members. However, I should note that moving to a parent-taught driver education program was not one of their recommendations. They had a number of recommendations, however, this was not one of them. As well as reducing the number of hours behind the wheel was not one of their recommendations, which this bill does by moving it from the 10 hours with the driver instructor, 6 hours observation, and then 40 hours with the parent, guardian, or responsible adult. This bill would just satisfy that those hours with just 40 hours with a responsible adult. So we would essentially be cutting back on the driving time. So again, I hope that was under 2 minutes, but those were just some supplemental comments I wanted to add. And we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Thompson.
I think it's John. I apologize. I don't remember your last name.
Yes, thank you for the question. We have about, as I said, about 55 to 60 driving schools in the state. There are some areas that lack driving schools. Honestly, each time that bills like this come up, it kind of hurts us in our potential to get more driving schools up and going. But there are some schools, we advise everybody to sign up early because it is a process, and our class sizes are limited to 30 through state rule. So it's not as simple as just wanting a course to being able to get it. It's a process of signing up and getting registered in the correct class to get through. But I would think that, using my school for an example, there's nobody that waits more than a month or two that doesn't get in. And they're still within their 16th birthday when they're done, which is also a requirement that they either have to be 15 and 9 months to begin the class, which is something that we had proposed and got through rule changes to try to alleviate some of that backlog, or they have to be 16 by the time the class ends.
This is working. If anyone has a question, they can come up here and use this one. It's like my computer at home. How about now?
Yeah.
It's working now.
Now
Would you
we're
look at
back
that?
live, so that's
Nope.
reassuring.
Now
It
I'm
just
on
needs to be
red.
plugged in, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Sound check.
All right, we're back. Any further questions from the committee? Representative Telersky.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I attended a driver's ed school in Nashua in the late 80s. My children attended the same one in the mid-2000s. And I've taught, with the assistance of the driver's ed school, 3 children how to drive in the last couple years. And one thing that struck me is how safety has changed in those 25 years. And the prime example is the hand position on the wheel, which, or the simple act of turning the wheel and the proper way to protect yourself, which my 16-year-olds told me I was doing completely wrong, and I had the risk of injuring myself with the way I drive. Would you say that technology changing and safety tactics or approaches to driving is something that does change regularly enough that if we have adults who haven't had up-to-date safety training on driving, that could pose a risk to a whole generation of drivers?
Thank you for the question, and you give me a chance to put my teacher hat on, which excites me. So I think we all would teach what we learned back 20 to 25 years ago, and technology is extremely advanced in cars nowadays. So I start off with the kids in the car with, did you know that you have to connect electronically with your car to make the airbags in brand new cars work properly for you? And they're like, do I take my phone out? No, you plug your seatbelt in. And then the seat monitors where you put your seat, how much you weigh, and it'll deploy airbags now on the newest of cars at different levels for different size people, because it wants to help you, not hurt you. Hand position, as you talked about, we teach 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock instead of 10-2, and shuffle steering instead of hand over hand because of airbags and how fast the airbags come out. We talk about 40 milliseconds, and an airbag is completely inflated in front of you. That's an explosion. So having the car, and I tell them there's one thing faster than in your car than your airbag, and that's your seatbelt actuator and pretensioner firing and tightening you to the seat before the airbag goes off. So I would worry that parents, wouldn't know what is stability assist, how does it really work, traction control, anti-lock brakes. I was taught as a kid, pump your brakes when it starts to, lock up and slide, and that's not what new cars are designed to do anymore. So I would think it would be certainly a challenge for parents to keep up with all the technology that new cars have to offer, and that's something that we do in our field is keep up with the new stuff. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Dan Goodman, representing AAA, opposed to the bill.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan Goodman, and I am the Public Affairs Manager for AAA Northern New England, which is a motor club that represents Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. And before I get into it, I just want to piggyback on what John was talking about with driver ed teachers and how what they teach kids is always evolving. John's curriculum, the schools in New Hampshire, their curriculum, what they're teaching students is always changing, from distracted driving to vehicle technology to impaired driving. These instructors go through a vigorous onboarding, and they go to numerous conferences, and they're always trying to update the information that they teach students. So it's quite incredible. But I should have started by saying I'm in opposition to this, as the chairman said. Throughout New Hampshire and throughout the country, we're kind of in this trend where less kids are taking driver ed, while vehicle crashes remain the #1 killer of teen drivers. We know teen drivers are overrepresented in crashes. You know, so we know teen drivers are also 3 times more likely to die in a fatal crash than an adult driver. We also know that 2/3 of people injured or killed in a crash involving a teen driver are other than that teen driver. So that's not great. We know that, you know, there are most vulnerable drivers out there. They need the best education possible, and being involved in instruction with a professional instructor is vital. I only know of one study that has looked at a state that offers parent-taught driver education, and then they analyzed it versus the students who took driver ed with a professional instructor, and that was at the Texas Transportation Institute. I apologize. And this research determined that teenagers taught to drive by someone other than the professional driver instructor are more likely to be convicted of driving violations, including speeding, and more likely to be involved in serious crashes. They also found that parent-taught drivers are nearly 3 times more likely to be involved in a fatal crash than are young drivers taught by commercial or public school driver instructors. So it's pretty scary. So we know, it has been mentioned, parents play a crucial part in driver education. In New Hampshire, as was mentioned, they have to do 40 hours before they get their license. That's a key role. But the professional driver instructor is also a very, very key role that we don't want to take out. And I'm concerned that this would pose a serious risk to not just the teen driver, but other users, every user on the road. So with that, I'm in opposition to this bill, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? They let you off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last pink card I have, Lieutenant James O'Leary, representing Department of Safety, State Police. Did not say one way or the other if he supports or opposes the bill, but I would imagine he will in a moment.
I was going to keep that part a secret. Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee.
Morning.
We do oppose the bill. Pretty much all the points have been made, so I won't waste any of your time with reiterating the things that people said before me. But as it relates to the waiver process, right now, when somebody comes from out of state to transfer their driver education program to the state of New Hampshire, we are required to essentially review the education that person received from that state to make sure that it is comparable to what the New Hampshire standards and curriculum speak to. In doing that, it's a time-consuming process because depending on the state, we have to research essentially what the requirements are and what they are teaching. State law requires in New Hampshire that we speak to 45 minutes of motorcycle safety awareness as well as 45 minutes dedicated to driving around trucks. So we have to make sure that those programs or that time has been met from out of state. The reason I speak to that is in looking at what the waiver process would look like for us, the language, the way that it's suggested now, would have an impact on our office, as we would effectively have to review each one of these waivers, and we just currently don't have the staff to be able to do that. So that's how it would affect the state. We obviously have concerns that each one of those waivers would represent a different methodology or of teaching with different driving experiences and knowledge of law, potentially poor driving habits, and all of those things that follow through that everybody spoke to before. So it's our belief that the instruction provided by our driver educators allow for a quality program being delivered by trained and certified instructors. So that's where we stand on that. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you. Question from the committee? Oop, did I see a hand? No? Okay. I guess there are no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That's the last person I have signed up to speak on the bill. Is there anybody else that wishes to? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1208 FN. And before everybody leaves, Representative Gagné, the bills that I've scheduled today are early bills. The meeting that I went to earlier was to find out that we actually are shortening up the schedule a little bit for these early bills, other than what you see posted. So we have an opportunity. We've got 25 minutes. If you can hang tight for a minute, I'm going to meet with the ranking member. If there are any bills that we can come to a consensus on, perhaps we can exec one or two of these and just start getting these processed, knowing that we are going to run out of time sooner than later. So give us a few minutes. Thanks. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We do have a few minutes. We are going to move into an executive session to tackle a couple of our early bills. So I will open up the executive session on House Bill 1489 FN. The chair recognizes Representative Crawford for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
That's okay.
I make the motion ITL on House Bill, I make the motion to ITL on House Bill 1489.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Made the
Second, where did that come from?
Second.
Representative Gorski, seconds the bill. I'll let you get caught up if you would wish to speak to your motion.
No, I don't.
Okay. She does not. Does anybody wish to speak on House Bill 1489? I guess that's pretty telling. So, with nothing more to add,
Okay.
I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Oh, thank you. Vice Chairman Gagné?
Yes.
Representative Smith? Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative O'Hare is absent. Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich?
Yes.
Representative Tulerski?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Stevens? She's not here. Representative Vayu?
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Okay. 14 to 0.
Okay, the committee recommendation of ITL was adopted 14 to 0. Any
Move consent?
Motion for consent. Any objections to consent? Seeing none, I will close the executive session on 1489. Give us a moment to reset, please.
Okay, let's see, 16:15 now, right?
Thank you, Carol.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime you're ready, I can catch up this.
Okay. Open up the executive session on House Bill 1615 FN.
Do you want a pen?
And the chair recognizes Representative Sykes for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of collegiality, I move that House Bill 1615 be interim study.
Interim studies the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that?
Me.
Representative Gagné seconds. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Certainly, thank you. So this bill is raising up some important issues for questions about driver ed, its affordability, and the way that some funds are being distributed, and there's a lot of stakeholders involved in this, and so I believe interim study would be a good way for us to take a further in-depth look at the questions, and we'll have an opportunity to talk to more of the stakeholders.
Any
And
fur-
therefore,
oh,
would urge us to vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? I'll just mention, too, that it was actually the prime sponsor that suggested this was a good idea. So if there's no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Okay, thank you.
The motion on the floor is interim study on House Bill 1615 FN.
Vice Chairman Gagné?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich? Representative Tulerski?
Yes.
Representative Fox? Representative Stevens? Oh, that's right. Representative Ayu? And Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
14 to 0.
14 again?
Yep.
Okay, the committee recommendation of interim study on 1615 FN is adopted. Is there a motion for consent? 14-0, moved on consent. Any objection? Seeing none, consent it is. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1615.
Who did the recommendation for consent? Who was it?
Representative Gagnon.
Okay, thank you.
And those are the only two we're going to tackle for now. We'll get a few extra minutes on our lunch hour. 1 o'clock's our next public hearing, House Bill 1640. We'll see you all then. Thank you.
Representative Hill.
1 o'clock, yeah.
Is it like warm in here, or is it just me? Jesus. Thought I was having a problem. Do you think we'll be doing any more executing? Okay, all right, then I'll leave this out. That sounds fine. Which ones?
Possibly.
Like,
Actually, that's not even early, but 1462, in my opinion, is a no-brainer.
yeah. Is that
It's not an early bill,
No.
but it's here.
But
Actually,
it-
it is an FN, maybe it is.
Yeah, because they have to go over to.
Actually, 1110 should be a no-brainer.
What is the difference between that and the last one we passed?
What's that?
What is the difference between?
We forgot to tackle the waiver process. So
Oh.
the waiver process still says you can have 35% light transmitters
Gotcha.
on the windshield.
Oh, yeah, that should, no, so we should be able to do.
And if tint is dark, is your sweatshirt on the front.
Yeah, no.
You're not gonna hear me.
Oh, you speaking to it? Well, I tuned in on my drive home.
I was hoping to exec it today, too.
If you get down there now, you'll be
You can go in the tunnel. Yeah. Take the tunnel. Not in the tunnel.
I brought a lunch. I think Dan said he's going down.
Going to the, where are you going?
He's going to the path.
I'll go wherever you.
I'm gonna go find a bench.
Unless it's so crazy crowded with unmasked people. Yeah, that's
No,
what
you
I'm.
can leave any of your stuff.
I'm gonna be here, because I'm doing some work, so. Did she gave us any, Larry, do you have, the blurb sheet? She didn't give me any blurb sheets.
I have a blurb sheet, I got a transportation committee, all I got is the
Yeah.
results.
I'm gonna need a blurb sheet.
I wonder if the gal inside there.
Yeah, I'll ask Lindsay.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Being 1:01, I'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1640 FN relative to the payment of motor vehicle fines. Is Representative Belanger here, the one and only sponsor? Seeing none, as a courtesy, Representative Gagny, can you introduce it for him? Yep.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Representative Larry Gagny, and I am introducing House Bill 1640 FN relative to the payment of motor vehicle fines. This bill allows anyone who receives a fine related to their motor vehicle to donate the fine amount to a charitable organization rather than submit payment to a state agency.
I assume you're not taking any questions.
I can take questions, Mr.
Nah,
Chairman,
that's
but I
all
won't
right.
be able to answer them.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you, Representative. Start off, Chair recognizes Marie Mullen from the Department of Transportation in opposition to the bill.
Good morning.
Morning.
Members of the committee. My
Afternoon.
name's Marie Mullen. I'm the Director of Finance for the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. And we oppose this bill primarily because of the erosion of the highway fund revenue we're seeing due to fuel efficiency. We have a study that was done by Cambridge Systematics a few years ago, and the fuel efficiency, the adoption of electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, has projected to see a 1% decline in revenue per year over the next, over the future 10+ years. And so we're concerned that diverting this revenue to charitable organizations will continue to hamper the highway fund and be able to provide services to the citizens of the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Will you take any questions?
Yep, if anyone has any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very, oh, hold on. Representative Gorski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mrs. Mullen, for taking my question. Just to kind of clarify, I was going through this, how much of the revenue would be lost if this was passed?
I believe the Department of Safety collects the revenue, so it's in the fiscal note. Going out into 2024, once you see a full year, it looks like about 9.2 million.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Marianne Ducey? How'd I do?
Close.
Close? From the New Hampshire Judicial Branch. Not taking a position on the bill at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Dempsey, that's my handwriting.
Dempsey, thank you. I'll never forget that.
I take full responsibility. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Mary Ann Dempsey. I'm General Counsel for the Judicial Branch. You will see that we prepared a fiscal note in connection with this bill, and it's because the language of the bill is unclear as to whether the donation of fines includes the penalty assessment. For each motor vehicle violation, by statute, there's a penalty assessment that ensues, and that gets split amongst a number of different groups, including the general fund, but we receive a portion through the IT dedicated fund for our IT services. So if this were to pass, we would estimate a revenue loss of approximately $1.2 million. The other thing I would make note in the bill is just that it doesn't have a mechanism by which the court would be notified of a payment to a charity. So when somebody, a motor vehicle violation is brought, the person either pleads by mail or comes into the court. So without a notice to the court that that has been satisfied, it could also be problematic in terms of individuals being found not to have paid their fines. So,
Okay, thank you. Representative Gagnon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're talking about the penalty assessment. Is that still 20%, 1/5 of the fine?
I think it depends on the
Approximately?
nature of the fine, Representative. It's, the statute is 106-L:10, but I think it depends, it's a proportion of the fine, so I think it depends on the amount. But for our, we estimate that the penalty assessment loss would be 1.2 million per year in total.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Department of Safety, DMV, Brittany, and you have to help me out. Is that Shoot? Yeah, welcome. In opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Hsu. I am the administrator of the Bureau of Financial Responsibility at the Division of Motor Vehicles, and we are testifying in opposition of this bill. Just like DOT and the judicial branch has pointed out, there are fiscal impacts. There are both expenditures and revenues that would be lost and incurred through this process. Additionally, the legislation is unclear as to how this will be administered and practiced, such as how do we dictate to the 503Cs about who can pay, what can be paid, what can't be paid? Does this impact an individual's driver privacy by paying penalties through a charity? And will the division be tasked with going back and verifying such payments, whether they're monetary or in exchange a different value, clothing, furniture, any sort of donation to that charity? Additionally, it's unclear through this legislation if it's fines pursuant to a motor vehicle, such as unregistered, uninspected, headlights, taillights, any of those type violations, or whether it would also be inclusive of mobile devices, speeding, and other violations that a driver can be charged with under Title 21. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Florsky?
Thank you, Ms. Shute. I just have a quick question. We're obviously going to lose a lot of funds in from the DOT, the judicial branch, and the DMV. Is there any additional funds that would be needed if this bill passed? We hear all the time you need $90,000 to change the software, to change the fine schedule. Will there be additional funds needed on top of that?
So thank you for your question. For DMV to adjust our database to include our notices, it would cost about $175,000 to modify our database and another $10,000 in notices and the uniform fine schedule for printing, as law enforcement's required to provide the uniform fine schedule to anyone who is cited along the roadside.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's the last person I have signed up to speak. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to House Bill 1640? Well, I guess I misjudged how long this one was going to take. I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1640. Next up will be House Bill 1658 at 1:30. Thank you. right, everybody. As was put in our calendar, we will take up some executive sessions from time to time, if time allows. This is one of them. So I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1640 FN relative to the payment of motor vehicle fines. Chair recognizes Representative Gagny for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL on House Bill 1640 FN.
Okay, ITL's been moved. Who was the second? Representative Hill seconds. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. All I look is the fiscal note here, and, you know, this state can't afford to lose any of this money. So that's why I make the motion for ITL.
Fair enough. Any further discussion? Yep, I will concur. That when we have these bills with such large fiscal notes, it's nice to see an attempt to maybe find the money in a different place. This bill did not do that, so I also will be supporting the ITL. Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I'm in support of the ITL because it's incumbent upon us as a committee, particularly a policy committee, to know how things are actually going to work. And there's so many questions about this bill that it's just not, it's not ready for prime time at all.
Fair enough. Anybody else? Yes, you do need to. With no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready.
Okay. Vice Chair Gagny?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich? Yes. Representative Telersky?
Yes.
Representative Fox? Yes. Representative Stevens? Oh, I keep forgetting. Representative Vayu?
He's not here.
Oh,
too.
oh, we lost him, okay. All right, and Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
Okay. It's 13-0.
Okay, the committee recommendation of ITL on 1640 is adopted. Consent's been moved. With any objections? Seeing none, consent it is. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1640. Now, the next bill, 1658, is at 1:30.
Wow.
Welcome back, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Being 1:30, I'll open the public hearing on House Bill 1658 FN relative to testing in lieu of license renewal fees. Prime
Excuse me, Mr.
sponsor-
Chairman.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. I was out of the time zone, and it put it in my phone incorrectly. I'm the prime sponsor of 1640.
We've already heard the bill and exec it.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'll fill you in later. Okay. Where was I? I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 1658 FN relative to testing in lieu of license renewal fees. Prime sponsor, Representative Abramson. You push the button to your right, it should show up red. There you go.
There we go. All right, as long as I'm audible. My name is Representative Max Abramson. I'm representing Hampton Falls, and Seabrook. And I'm introducing this, which I think is probably one of the simplest bills of the session. It's to deal with a hardship situation that a lot of folks, especially older folks in the state, encounter when they need to go in and renew their driver's license. They're valid for 5 years, and so it doesn't sound like much when it's $10 a year, but it's a $50 renewal fee, and for folks both on fixed incomes and for a lot of working poor in our state, it can be a sudden expense that they couldn't afford. So I was speaking with a public school bus driver who lives down the street from me, and she said that the rules of the road have changed a little bit over the years for drivers, and it might be useful to have people go in and just retake the written test every so often. And so I thought of bringing these two ideas together as a way to kind of incentivize that. I'm aware that there's a fiscal note, and it's based on a rough estimate. I don't agree with either side of the fiscal note on this, that the vast majority of people who would be willing to go in and restudy for the written test, take an hour or so to restudy, and then another 40 or 45 minutes, I think, to retake the written test. It's been a long time since I've taken the test myself, as a matter of fact. I hate to admit that. The rules of the road have changed since I moved to New Hampshire over 20 years ago, and we have quite a few drivers who either don't know that they're supposed to stop, or when the buses used to stop on Route 1, which is 5 lanes wide, they don't do that anymore where I live, but they'll stop and put the stop sign out, and people on the opposite side of the road will actually stop and stop traffic because people don't know what the stop sign means, in the flashing red lights, what they mean when a school bus comes to a stop. It's only stopping the traffic right next to the bus in that particular direction. It's only stopping traffic in 2 lanes. Another one, of course, is people not understanding how to use the turn lane properly, and there are quite a few accidents that happen on our roads and highways because people don't understand that the turn lane is something that you turn into and you turn out of. A number of times I've turned into the turn lane and come almost to a complete stop, and someone coming the other way, where I wasn't even turning into their lane, will honk and screech, and one woman almost went off the road because she didn't understand how the turn lanes worked. So the driver's licensing fee, we have a tendency to talk about it in terms of revenue, but the argument for driver's licensing is that it's supposed to make the roads and highways safer. The reality, of course, is that there have been a number of studies that come out showing that people who get a driver's license are actually more likely to cause an accident than people who've never bothered to get a driver's license at all. So, in my opinion, we have to revise the whole process so that people at a minimum know the rules of the road, and that we do suspend people's licenses, at least for driving at night, if they're driving recklessly, or if they're causing multiple accidents. That on one hand, we've been making the case to the public that driver's licenses are supposed to improve road safety and keep the occasional really bad driver off the road, or at least reform them so that they drive a little bit more safely. On the other hand, I believe that we're duty-bound to offer some type of hardship provision, and I don't like the idea of having people go to their bank and get, you know, bring back statements from their bank, bring back pay stubs and everything else that we do with, you know, community action in the town welfare office and so forth to prove a hardship. I think that it would be sufficient just to have them resit for the test and demonstrate a hardship that way. The way that most other states have addressed this is simply by keeping the driver's license renewal fee low. Quite a few states simply have renewal fees of $10, $12, $15 rather than having the higher $50 fee. And that would also work in my opinion, but I think that for people who are kind of struggling to make ends meet, that there has to be a hardship provision that's offered at the time that licenses are renewed. And I think it's a mistake to continue to let drivers, for financial reason, either drive with an expired driver's license or not be able to drive at all. The state loses a lot of jobs and a lot of revenue, and a lot of jobs go unfilled because people hit that point where they need to renew their driver's license. They just financially are not able to afford it. So for those reasons, I think that the bill is a good idea. The second part of the fiscal note that I disagreed with was the additional testing facilities. I think that there's already a mechanism in place for brand new drivers to sit for the written test, and I think although very few people would actually take advantage of this, the few people who do it, I think would just be using the existing facilities, taking the driver's manual, studying it, and sitting for the test the same way a new driver would.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Thompson?
So is your intention here to not create a hardship for those people, or to educate them? I'm not sure we can have it both ways. My concern is, and I took my driving test before you were born, and there were 10 questions that were very easy in a 5-minute driving test. I'm wondering if you're putting people at risk of not being able to get a license renewal because they can't answer questions they've not had to answer for 40 years.
Well, people like that, if they don't know what the rules of the road are, I'm leery about them driving at all. Maybe instead of a $50 fee, no one should be able to just pay the $50 renewal fee. Everyone should have to retake the test. When I took the test in Washington, this was a long time ago. I think it took me almost an hour to get through the test. I did score 96, but there were quite a few people who just, you know, they would have to retake the test like 3 times and they would still get on the road. I mean, so my intent is to get people to study. My intent is first to offer a hardship provision if people are facing a hardship, that they could still get their driver's license renewed. And then secondly, I'd also like to get people to actually study. The purpose of driver's licensing is literally to make the roads safer. And this is it's a small way to do it that would get at least a few people actually cracking open the book and learning what the new rules of the road are.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Further questions? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm gathering this is a voluntary option, so a person could decide to pay the fee, or they could decide to take the written test and not pay a fee. And I guess my questions are, if someone takes the option to take the written test and they fail, do they then have the option to just pay the fee and get their license back, or are they on this path now that they have to pass that test before they get their license?
No, there's nothing in the bill that would address that. So if somebody did take the test and they completely failed it, they would still be able to pay the $50 fee just as they are able to right now. So you know, my preference is if we're going to have driver's licenses and we're going to assure to drivers that people are safe to drive on the road, I would have everybody retake the written test at least every, you know, 10 or 15 years. But we don't require that right now. We just say, pay the $50 fee and you're back on the road. And now, if this committee would like to change that and say, well, if you fail the test, you have to redo it until you pass the test, that would be one thing, but that's not what the effect of the bill is. The bill just offers, you know, a study and retake alternative.
Follow up, please.
Follow up?
Thank you. So the bill is silent on that, but what would you ideally like to have happen if someone, if someone fails that exam? You would like them to continue to have to keep taking it, but you don't say that in this bill.
Well, I don't
So
think
what would happen?
I don't think that would have a chance of passing in reality, but I personally, if you're asking my opinion, I think that every 10 or 15 years, everyone should have to retake the written test.
I guess what I'm, follow
Go
up.
ahead, follow up.
I guess what I'm asking is, what happens if this were to pass and someone fails that test?
Then they can just pay the $50 fee like they do right now.
Okay, thank you.
So it wouldn't help in that circumstance, but at least they would at least they'd be reading the instruction manual, and they'd be learning a little more material. At least they'd be a little bit safer as a driver.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Telersky.
Thank you. Representative Abramson, I love the idea of trying to help those who are not able to pay to get their license. However, I'm concerned that I don't see anything that prevents just someone going to do it to save the $50. I can see that the fiscal note, as we all have seen, is quite extensive. So is there any concept of how to control the number of people who could take advantage of it?
Yeah, basically, somebody who makes $300 or $400 or $500 a day is not likely to take half a day off of work to come in, you know, get the driver's manual, spend an hour studying, and then take another 45 minutes or an hour to retake the test. You'd lose half a day. So it doesn't make sense for them to lose, you know, potentially $200 or $300 in income just to avoid a $50 fee. It's mostly disabled, people on fixed income, low income, elderly, working poor, people who are making, you know, $10, $12, $15 an hour who would be considering this. Because if I have to take a half a day of work off, most people, if they have to take a half a day of work off just to go retake this test, it's $100 or $200 in lost income. So it isn't economically worth it for them. It is for the unemployed. It is for the disabled.
Further questions? I've got to ask a couple myself then. I mean, I appreciate what you're doing. It's actually a pretty creative way of taking care of a couple of issues that you've identified. However, I think it's kind of problematic, based on some of the questions, to try to relate them together. That's just a statement. In terms of a question, you said you disagreed with the fiscal notes because you don't expect many people would do it, but would you agree that as a committee, when we make these decisions, that we should look at the worst-case scenario, which is what I read this fiscal note as being, because it said could or an up to. So that's the worst-case scenario of people, you know, maximizing and using this. Do you agree that it's probably accurate if everybody did it?
Now, I just got the bill. I was told that they're estimating that something like 15% of drivers wouldn't, 15% of drivers would prefer to use this. I'm not quite sure what the methodology used here is, but I don't think it's realistic that a large number of people would use it. But I would prefer that a large number of people use it, even if the state did lose some revenue. If most people, or a large number of people, would actually go restudy the rules of the road and then also retake the test and pass the test, most people would pass the written test if they studied for it. But I don't expect that there would be a large loss in revenue. I don't think, in other words, I don't think that this would be a huge success. I don't think that you'd have thousands and thousands of people coming in and taking advantage of this. I think that maybe a few hundred people would take advantage of it.
Based on that, I'll leave it alone. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The only pink card I have, Brittany Shute from the Department of Safety, DMV.
Good afternoon, Brittany Shute, DMV. I'm here on behalf of the department as we're opposed to this bill as well. As you can see, there is pretty significant revenue impact along with significant expenditures to the department. Between programming our database system, DMV recently modernized our database back in 2017, so a lot of what we do has been programmed automatically depending on the transaction types for individuals that come in to process a transaction between capturing their data, capturing their information, so that way the customer has a better experience at DMV. We would need to reprogram our system to meet the details of this legislation. Additionally, with the staffing, to kind of address the question about testing stations, it's not so much establishing a physical location, it's more or less having the right equipment at each of the locations. Should there be a demand to increase testing, we have automated testing systems. Again, these systems are contracted through a vendor. They're offered testing in 7 different languages. So if we need to have more testing stations available to meet the needs for those who opt to do the testing rather than pay their license renewal fees, we need to have more of those stations available. More stations equal more testers, equal more staffing that we would need to have to support those, because each time a person has a question, they can hit the help button, and one of our staff members go back and try to help with that situation so that way everyone has a good, fair opportunity while taking their test. Additionally, if we have more testing, we have our fixed locations, a lot of them in which we have been at for quite a long time. We'd have to change the fit up to accommodate more of those testing stations, whether expanding the testing rooms, the size, shifting around the offices, so if we go from 4 stations to 5 stations, 6 stations, 10 stations, whatever that number might be. In addition to the fiscal impacts, we have concerns on the administration of the legislation. Representative Hill brought up a very good point. What happens if a person does fail the test? Will they be allowed to pay that $50 fee? Again, you'd have to stop that transaction, go to a different transaction type. And how many times can a person fail before they are not eligible? Again, if we're talking about safety of the roadways, if they're repetitionally failing those tests, are they fit to be a driver? But we say they can turn around and end up paying that fee. So as a department, what is our responsibility when that comes down if this legislation does pass? It says that the director shall adopt rules. So then we would have to change the administrative rule set on driver licensing. We'd have to take into consideration path A, B, and C, or additionally redefine that rule set, which again, if you're familiar with the administrative rule process, it can take a while to get through that to ensure that it does meet the business needs and the practice and the intent of the legislation. Generally, it's unclear. It's fiscally impactful to the department and the state. With that, I'll be happy to take your questions. Although I am not well-versed in the driver licensing realm, I'll take your questions. If it's nothing I can answer, then I'll be happy to get those answers for you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering whether the department has any thoughts or other states have any thoughts about the point that Representative Aberson made about information going stale. The information that I had when I got my driver's license probably is not fresh any longer. So aside from a program like this, what other type of idea does the department have for updating the knowledge base that we have as drivers?
Thank you very much for your question. That is an excellent question. I know that we work closely with the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, AMVA, and we always try to find the best practices and the best ways to keep our roadways safe. I think that's an excellent question that I'll take forth to my management to ensure where we stand with those.
Follow-up?
Thank you. The other question I had when you were speaking about physical locations in order to make this happen. I know with boating licenses where people are able to take the boating exam online. So I'm wondering if something like that system that currently is in place couldn't be adopted for allowing this kind of an approach so that someone could take that same exam online and have that apply towards their license.
Thank you for that. I think we would have to look very closely at that because there is opportunity where there's online, there is opportunity if it's not being monitored by officials. There is that potential that a different person could take that test. There's a possibility that they have the manual open while they're taking that test. And if we're trying to test people to ensure that our roadways are safe, we would have to explore the risk versus the benefits on that.
Further questions? I have one, if you don't mind. I'm going to go where I was going to with the previous speaker. Because for me, obviously, it's the fiscal note that I'm looking at. You did well explaining all the expenditures in terms of the testing stations, et cetera. Can you go a little deeper into your methodology with the revenue and the decrease in revenue of, what's it saying, 13 million to possibly 15,600,000? Can you just explain where that was derived from or derived from?
Thank you for that question. I do not think I would be able to intelligently speak to that in totality. Again, I'm filling in for the person that was here, was supposed to be here today. But if we took every single person in the state of New Hampshire who opted to do the testing in lieu of paying the renewal fees, depending on their licensure type, whether it's a driver's license or whether it's a real ID, that is where that impact is going to come from. So if we have 260,000 licenses a year, and at 50 to 85, depending on the licensure type, that is your potential impact.
Okay, so it's the number if everybody did it. Okay.
And based upon 260,000 licenses.
Right, thank you.
Yes.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no other people signed up to speak on this bill. One last call. Is there anybody else that wishes to? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1658. Our next public hearing is scheduled for 2 o'clock, and that's on House Bill 1462. See you in a few. Thank you. Okay, being 2:01, I'll call the public hearing on House Bill 1462 FN relative to motorcycle learners permits. And the prime sponsor, Representative Yakovovich, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for hearing my bill. This got to do with the permitting process for the motorcycles permit. This was something that was brought to my attention from one of the online forums where a lady who was trying to get the motorcycle license went through the course, registered for the course, which was little ways off because there is a line for the course. She went through the course, she went through the training, she went to take the test, and she made a mistake and she failed the test. So she wanted to practice some more, but her trouble was that the permit she obtained expired because it was right during the summer rainy season, the unusual rainy season that we had all of July and part of June that she couldn't ride and practice. So the permit that she obtained initially was kind of useless to her because she worked and the few weekends she had, it rained hard, and it probably is not a good idea for a newbie to be out in the rain trying to learn the skill. So what I'm trying to solve here with the bill is a simple scheduling issue where people can come back and request a renewal to the permit so they can have more time to practice and retake the test once they're ready. When she posted it online, a bunch of other people chimed in saying, yeah, they ran into the same issue. It was troublesome. It was probably not the smartest way to go around doing business. So I think for our citizens' sake and for safety's sake, I want people to practice as much as possible before they actually get on the road with a license. I would like this bill passed. So the options, after she explained to the people online, and I had communications with her afterwards, the options that some people were giving her was, one option was find a trailer, find some private property, tow your bike to the property and practice there, because you cannot get a permit for the roads, even back roads anywhere. Somebody else said enroll in another class, which is the intermediate level or the next advanced level, and she said that she tried, but again, it was a scheduling issue, so they were pushed out a couple weeks or maybe a month or two from the summer. So that put her into fall, maybe winter. And then a bunch of other people said just hop on and ride. Nobody's gonna bother you, don't be a jerk. Yeah. So that's not something I would advise people do currently. That's why I'm putting forward this bill. I think it's a sensible way to solve the issue, to give our people more chances to practice, to be safe, to work around their busy schedule. You know, everybody's busy in life, and the weather impact, which we do not control.
Yep.
So I think that's all I got. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Telersky.
Perhaps it's a question for the chair. Would you be so kind as to explain what the current situation is when you get through the motorcycle testing program, the time frame you have to get your test done, or how good is it long for? You know what I mean? How long is it good for?
Well, right now, the learner's permit is only good for 45 days, and it was put in the statute that way, that you only get a single one to prevent people from getting a permit and then a permit and a permit and actually never taking the test and getting an actual license. So that's what happened to this person, I'm assuming, is that it expired because of the month of July. It basically rained every day. So what this bill just seeks to do is just give you a one-time extension to apply one more time. So that then now you're looking at a total of 90 days. That, I hope I answered your question.
I think so. I just wanted to understand what the process was.
Yeah, no, it's a single extension, one more period of time of 45 days, just in case anybody in that situation or runs into a situation that they can't complete it in the first 45 days.
And can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
So if they take the motorcycle course, they get their permit, they go for their license, and they fail, Do they have to wait a certain time period before trying again?
That I can't answer you.
Okay.
That I'm not sure.
Thanks.
Maybe he can.
Not quite, but it's a matter of scheduling to take the test. But while you're waiting for the test to be retaken, you may want to practice. But if the permit has expired, it's a it's a lifetime permit for 45 days. It's once in a lifetime you can get it.
Okay,
So
thank
what
you.
I'm trying to do here is extend it.
I saw a hand go up. You might. Well, if you can help us, if you want to just fill out grab a pink card, you can give it to me later. Come on up and introduce yourself.
I'm Larry Crow. I'm with the Division of Motor Vehicles. I also run the Motorcycle Rider Training Program. And to clarify over here, there's two ways to get your motorcycle license in the state. One is to go through the program, be successful, no permit required. The other way, which this is addressing, is to get a permit and then have 45 days to practice, and you need to schedule that skill test within those 45 days. So once the 45-day ticking clock includes both practicing time on your own, as well as the time you need to be able to legally get to a DMV to take the test. Does that make sense?
Yep,
Or
go
did
ahead.
I de-clarify?
No, can I just clarify one thing?
Absolutely.
So you can actually get a motorcycle license in the state without going through the state program?
Yes.
If you teach yourself or,
If you are 18 or older, the motorcycle training program is optional.
okay. And so this whole permit thing doesn't even come into play if you do the motorcycle training program?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I have a question on the fiscal note. So it would seem to me if someone goes this route and they get a one-time additional 45 days to take the exam, they would pay a renewal of that permit $25. And yet it shows no income, no revenue from this, only a $28,000 expenditure. And so I'm trying to figure out where does for those people that would take this, where does that $25 show up in the fiscal note as additional revenue?
Well, it says it's indeterminate, so the revenue to the state is indeterminate. It's $30. It's 25 plus 5 more. There's a hit for reprogramming the machines to be able to track it. But yes, for every renewal, $30 should be collected. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Follow-up, yeah.
Thank you. So it would seem to me that having to reprogram to allow the one-time renewal of the learner's permit, there's a number assigned to that of 28,000. But there would be some offset to that from depending on how many people utilize the one-time renewal at $25 a pop. Does that seem fair to say?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. They just cannot say, I guess, how many people will be renewing.
Right, but they know how much it would cost to
Correct.
to program. Thank you.
Yep. Further questions from the committee? Representative Fox.
Yes, sorry, I plugged it. I can hear. Sorry. Yes. Yes.
Is there a fee for the motorcycle training program in which you don't need to apply for the permit?
Correct. Yes, it's currently $155, but you must pass the test, which is part of the program at the end of the program. And if you fail, like this lady did, she needs to get the permit, and she got the permit which expired
So
to retake the test.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
So she was involved in the motorcycle training program.
That is correct. She went through that. She failed, and by the time she was ready to retake the test, she couldn't practice because her permit on top of it expired.
And the permit she automatically received with the training program.
I believe she purchased it separately.
Okay.
Just to be, yeah. Like she was trying to cover all bases. Thank you.
going to take a while to get used to these things. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Thompson.
Director, do you have any idea how often this has been requested?
It is we get phone calls from folks at motorcycle rider training whenever anything on two wheels comes up. And we regularly do get questions from folks that either have recently received a permit and are interested in renewing and then learn that they can't, although at this point most people do understand that. We also get requests from people that have gotten a permit in the past and are returning. Maybe they want to get, they let their motorcycle license lapse and want to bring it back. And it doesn't matter how long ago they took they did receive a permit. It's a one in a lifetime. So they are also blocked from getting a permit. They got one in 2005. They cannot get one in 2022.
They can just go take the test again.
follow up?
I'm sorry. Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
They can you can always take the test. You just can't get a permit. The way that the law is written, it's one. You can only get one in your lifetime. So if they got one back in 2005, maybe they got their license, maybe they didn't. But for some reason, I'm just making a date up here. 2005, they got it. It's in our system, and now they are not eligible to get another one at this point.
Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. What advice do you offer these people that call and are looking for input on what they can do, especially that person that maybe let their license lapse and want to start again?
So there are a couple options. They're not completely blocked from ever getting a motorcycle license again. And and as a woman indicated, some options are you do not have to have a permit in order to take the test at the DMV. Keeping in mind there's two ways to do it: motorcycle training, take the test. You just have to be able to get your motorcycle to the DMV legally. And especially if you're not successful, get it out of there legally. We can't fail you in the test and see you right away. That's a very bad day for you, as we like to say. So they may trailer it there. Another very common thing is to have a friend with a motorcycle license bring the motorcycle down. And of course, the way that I like, you can always take the motorcycle rider training program, no permit required. And if you are fully successful at that, you get your motorcycle license that way.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So you can take so you can take the motorcycle training as many times as you want, but you can't. But you only can take you can only get one permit.
That is correct. The only thing that has a limit is the permit. You can take the motorcycle training as often as you want, and you can also take the test directly from the DMV twice. If you're unsuccessful 2 times in a row, you are required to take the training program. That's also in the law.
Thank you.
Representative Tulerski.
Thank you. So we all know that practice makes perfect, and practice is what's going to make us safe riders and drivers. So if someone can't practice, how are they going to improve to be able to take their license exam other than take the motorcycle training course? There's no other option to legally practice without the permit. I think that's what I'm getting.
I believe you're correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, Representative Thompson. Oh, sorry, I didn't see. You've already been around once.
Thank you for taking my question. What was the original rationale for the one and done permit?
I do not have an answer. I'm sorry. Before my time.
As I mentioned, to prevent people from just getting permit after permit after permit and never actually getting a license. Representative Thompson.
Director, how long does it take to take the safety course, and what do you allow them a permit while they're taking it, but if it's a multi-day course so they can practice?
It is a multi-day course. It is done on a closed course under our supervision on our motorcycles, so a permit is not required for that.
Follow-up?
But I guess my question is, are they given a permit while they're taking that course in order to go and
No.
ride a motorcycle?
No, because we're going to, during the course, they will receive that test. We provide all the practice for them during the course.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? I don't often ask general questions like this, but is there any downside to issuing a one-time extension to the motorcycle learner's permit? Either one. Is there a downside to this? I haven't seen one. I just figured I'd ask.
I do not see one either, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I concur.
Thank you very much. For any further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1462.
Can I have my bill back?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
We have time.
Yeah, we got 15 minutes.
Any,
What's that? Is that a motion?
would you care to exec this one, or do you think it's highly controversial?
Oh, I'm not ready to exec this one.
Oh, you're not? Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
When we were just here,
Yep. That's fine. That's fine.
I haven't really had a chance to, I wasn't here for the whole thing. so-
Okay. Well, have a chat. We got, it's 1:15. We still may have time if you decide. Next public hearing will be at 2:30, House Bill 1464. All right, everybody. Being 2:30, I'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1464, establishing a committee to study the feasibility and implementation of furthering electric vehicle adoption in New Hampshire. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I am Representative Donovan Fenton for the record, and I represent Keene. I'm here to talk to you about establishing a committee to study the feasibility and implementation of furthering electrical vehicle adoption in New Hampshire, and that's a mouthful, so I apologize for the verbiage on that. So as you know, most car manufacturers are pledging to have most of their fleet be electric or decided to be fully electric. Most have declared this to happen by 2030, which is not far away. General Motors has said that they will be fully electric by the year 2035. This includes their new Hummer. Chevrolet has also said that their new Silverado EV will be out in the next year. Ford plans to increase its production capacity of electric vehicles to up to 600,000 units by 2023. This includes their new Lightning F-150 EV. So the reasoning behind this bill is that new car dealers in New Hampshire won't be getting as many of these EVs as compared to the other states around us. Manufacturers send these cars to other states because they get incentives to do so. This can let our constituents leave New Hampshire to purchase these cars elsewhere. My hope for this bill is to study and find creative ways where we can sell these cars in New Hampshire. This bill will hopefully help support and develop a way to sell zero-emission vehicles here in New Hampshire without adhering to any mandates. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Dan Bennett was supposed to back me up, but he's caught up in the Senate, so it's just me. Be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
Right here.
Representative Gagnon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Fenton, I am on the New Hampshire Transportation Council right now, and we have been tasked to study all these things as far as like EV vehicles by 2030, charging stations. Well, let me run down the list here. The duties of the council shall be to study methods of implementing new transportation technologies and modes of transportation throughout the state of New Hampshire, including but not limited to those related to bus, rail, highway, marine, and air transportation, and we're doing all that, and the logistics of such technologies and modes. Investigate methods of encouraging investment in new technologies for transportation. Make recommendations to the appropriate state agency or committee of the general court. Solicit input from representatives of disability communities, elder, trucking industry, attorneys with expertise in transportation liability, the insurance industry. We just had a meeting this past Friday, and what you'd like to establish here, in my opinion, is the same thing as what we're doing already. My opinion, I think we have a sufficient amount of committees already, and I think Senator Waters should, who has testified in front of our committee, the council, I should say.
I was really hoping there was a question there somewhere, Representative.
I know.
Should be aware. Are you aware of this?
Oh, I wish you had grabbed me before this, and I would have run out of the room. But no, I wasn't aware. So, like I said earlier, and thank you for the question. No, so the more this bill is more geared towards how do we get around these mandates with getting these cars into New Hampshire. So when a constituent or a New Hampshire resident goes to purchase one of these vehicles in New Hampshire, they are at a disadvantage because that New Hampshire car dealer might only get one of that EV, whereas the Massachusetts dealer gets 15 to 20 of those EVs because of certain mandates. So that's what the intent of this bill was. If you think it overlaps with that, I wish I had known about that earlier, and Senator Waters. But yeah, that's the intent of this bill.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Well, seeing none, I have just one.
Yeah.
I've asked the question before, last time we talked about electric vehicles. Tesla spent a lot of their own money creating the infrastructure, even in the state of New Hampshire. Has Ford, GM, or any of the other manufacturers offered to participate in the infrastructure for these electric vehicles, or are they all waiting for this to become part of the public responsibility so they can benefit?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. That'd be a question better for Dan, but I would hope so. I know the infrastructure is severely lacking for these vehicles. In Keene especially, there's no charging stations for these cars.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Telersky.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I was busy digging for my copy of the bill. I couldn't find it, so I may have missed the beginning of what you were saying. But do I understand that what you're saying is New Hampshire is lacking certain incentives for the cars to get here in the first place? So even if there are buyers willing to buy and dealers willing to sell, there's certain things that are making manufacturers send cars to other states? Is that what we're trying to figure out?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That is accurate. The states around us adhere to certain mandates where they get the manufacturers get incentives to push their cars to those states. I'm not saying New Hampshire doesn't get any of these cars, but they get a significant less amount than the other states around us. So a lot of customers are leaving New Hampshire to go to these other states to purchase these vehicles.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
And I have no other people signed up to speak on this. Is there anybody here wishing to speak on House Bill 1464? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. We're going to have a discussion now about the possibility of going back into executive session. If we don't, our next public hearing and final one for the day will be at 3 o'clock, House Bill 1110. Okay, folks, welcome back. As I said earlier, our calendar does read that we may take up some of these in executive session if time permits, and time is permitting, so we're going to take up a couple of more this afternoon. I'm going to open the executive session on House Bill 1658 FN relative to the testing in lieu of license renewal fees. The chair recognizes Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move interim study on 1658 FN.
Seconded by Representative Gagné. You wish to speak to your motion?
Briefly, I think there's enough here that that could truly be an interim study. I think we all said that the idea is laudable to increase our product knowledge here of the road and the rules. And I think there may be some questions that need to be buttoned down. For instance, what happens if someone fails the test and then is able to pay the fee and get the license? Is that correct or not? So I think it's worth having a few more brain cells wasted by looking at interim study and see if we can add some more details to this, maybe for a bill next year.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes. I'm getting a little bit confused. 1658 was the bill that you called?
Oh.
And what
yeah.
I was hearing is testimony relative to some other bill, I thought.
No, I don't believe so.
Nothing to testing in lieu
No,
of license
that's the one,
renewal fees.
1658.
Okay. All right.
Representative Abramson and Ankerberg.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
It's the one we heard at 1:30 this afternoon. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Representative Tulersky.
I just wanted to point out that the fiscal note on this is a definite worst-case scenario. So if this motion passes, I would encourage those working on it to make sure that our department does not see a worst-case scenario. Thank you.
Fair enough. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, and as soon as she's ready, the motion on the floor is interim study on House Bill 1658.
Vice Chairman Gagné?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich?
Yes.
Representative Tulersky?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Thank you. And Representative Walsh.
Yes.
I mean Chairman Walsh, sorry.
Yes.
13.
13, nothing?
13?
13.
All right, so the committee recommendation of interim study on House Bill 1658 is adopted, 13-0. Is there a motion for consent? Consent's been moved. Any objections? Consent it is. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1658. Give us a few minutes to reset. We are going to take on one more before we get to our next hearing.
Now?
Well, I've been notified today that we're no longer doing paper reports. So for the first time in my 10 years here, I can't say that they have to be in my hand before you leave the room. So I would like them as soon as you can electronically, sent to me. We
there's
will
no
make sure
form?
you get out the correct template if you need one. And I'll say it publicly, I'm glad we're being watched nowadays by everybody, monitored if they will. And if I don't get them, then committee services can track you down because I don't have time to.
Yikes.
14, 16,
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1462 FN relative to motorcycle learners permits. Chair recognizes Representative Thompson for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to recommend ought to pass on 1462 FN.
Okay, motion's ought to pass. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Gagny. Care to speak to your motion?
I do. This seems like a very reasonable request, given that the department doesn't seem to object, although they didn't consent. And were they allowed two chances at a test? If you take the course, it seems like they should at least give you 2 shots at learning how, given weather and other related issues.
Okay. Any further discussion? And I just noticed your microphone wasn't on. We've all got to get used to these things. Any further discussion on 1464?
62.
62, sorry. Boy, this one's giving me trouble. Notice I transposed it on the original schedule, too. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as she's ready. The motion on the floor is ought to pass on 1462.
Vice Chairman Gagny?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg?
Yes.
Representative Gorski?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Fenton?
Yes.
Representative Rombo?
Yes.
Representative Rich?
Yes.
Representative Tulersky?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh?
Yes?
13.
Okay, the committee recommendation of ought to pass on 1462 is 13-0. Motion for consent? So moved. Representative Gagny. Without any objection, consented goes. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1462. And looking at the time, we've got one bill left at 3 o'clock. We'll stop now and see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ready to go, Tom? Okay, I call, meeting back to session, call House Bill 1110, relative to windshield tint waivers. Representative Walsh, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Walsh. I'm a representative from the town of Hooksett. And today I offer you House Bill 1110, relative to windshield tint waivers. Now, you all know, and remember, I'm sure, that last year we finally changed the law to allow for aftermarket tinting on the side windows of the operator. This issue came up, actually at the time, Director Bilecki. This just deals with the medical waivers that we never touched. This is currently in statute. We changed the light transmittance allowance to the aftermarket tinting to 70% based on the way it's measured nowadays. And then we looked at the waiver, and it currently allows for 35% light transmittance with a waiver on the windshield. And that's just about limo black on the windshield. All this bill does is match it with what we passed last year at 70%. Still would require the waiver from the department for the windshield, but at least it's at the same level as that we already have allowed on the sides, and not overly dark. So that's all it does. It's a housekeeping bill. It was just something that was discovered after the fact.
Any questions of the committee? No. Go ahead.
Sorry, just for the record, did this come from the department?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, she approached me, it was just after committee of conference last year, because they were going through rules, or getting ready to go through rules, and that's when she discovered the issue. By that time, it was too late for us to do anything, so I said, we'll tackle it in the fall, or next year, which is where we are.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
You're letting me off the hook that easy, thank you.
Thank you. Did you? Did you want to?
Chairman Walsh, you promise no more window tint bills for the...
Okay, seeing no other people wishing to speak, then I close House Bill 1110. Okay, I open the executive session on House Bill 1110. I'll entertain a motion.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1110.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Thompson. All right, any discussion?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said a few minutes ago, this is a housekeeping bill. This was something that was missed last year when we made the changes to the tinting levels of 70% on the windows left and right of the operator. This part of the bill was not touched, and it was recognized after the fact that it still allowed for a 35% light transmittance on the windshield, which everybody found concerning. This changes it to 70% to match what we currently allow by statute on the left and right side windows by waiver only. Again, housekeeping. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Hill.
Question I should have asked the sponsor earlier, but does this have anything to do with, or does it affect the line of tinting that's on the windshield that, you know, right along the surface that has been there for years on some cars?
No, thank you for the question. And actually, I think a lot of people that looked at this when we were making the changes last year assumed that when it was talking of windshield, that's all it was referring to. But after having a discussion with the Director of Motor Vehicles, that was an assumption that was wrong. This currently, as it's written, currently would allow 35% light transmittance on the entire windshield. And so that's why we wanted to change it to at least 70.
Thank you for that clarification, but what, did the director mention at all what happens to that, I don't even know what to call it, that shade strip that does come on some vehicles that's right at the roof line? That's been there for years on a number of cars, years and years and years. I don't want to set up a stage where that is going to be, I don't know, illegal or?
Well, if I can, Mr. Chair?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't believe those are currently illegal, but I guess if you do apply it to the whole windshield, it would be slightly darker
Yes.
at the top. I still don't see it illegal, and I don't see it in the statute. I don't even know if those strips are still even being done on manufacturers. That was something I used to see in the 70s and 80s, but I don't own anything that new, so I'm not sure if they still do it. But I haven't seen anything in the statute that would make an issue there.
Representative Sykes?
I might offer some clarification too. This is aftermarket tint.
Correct.
As well.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with something that came with the car in its original
That's
manufacture.
correct.
Correct.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk, you may call the roll.
All right.
I don't know how I'm going to do this. You're going to be the vice chair?
I'm the vice chair.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Vice Chair Walsh.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Angerberg.
Yes.
Representative Gorski.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Fenton. Oh, he left, okay. Representative Rombo.
Yes.
Representative Rich.
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
Yes.
Representative, oh, Vayu, you're here.
Yes.
Okay. And Chairman Gagnon.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, forgot.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
I
sorry.
need one more.
Representative Fox. I'm sorry. I was
Okay.
skipping over Stevens and I.
Votes 13-0. And any objection to consent? Seeing none, consent it is. We closing now? We done?
Close the executive session.
Okay. Close the executive session on House Bill 1110.
Thank you, Representative.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Chairman. Let me take my stuff with me here. The body does not want to move.
That's okay.
Well, you did good, Larry.
Working on it.
What's that? No. Yeah. We did all the early, well, this is still on?
Yes.
Well, thanks, everybody, for today. We took care of, looks like 4 of our early bills. We have 3 left to exec. We'll take those up next Tuesday. Just for everybody's planning purposes, Tuesday is our day. It's historically been the committee day for transportation anyway. Fridays were getting old last year, so I'm glad that we were able to get Tuesdays back. So I will be getting the schedule out for next week, and stay tuned. We'll see you all then. Thank you very much.
So next week, next Tuesday at 9?
Yeah, well, just as a method of operation, we've got 39 bills officially. There is another one coming, what I'm being told from the Senate, fast-tracked, puts us up to 40, and the deadlines are tight this year. So I'm going to do some busy days, some long days, but fewer of them, so we can make sure everything's done and save some mileage. So 9 o'clock next Tuesday. Bills to be announced. Thank you.